Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you today. Sunday the 3rd, unfortunately, the last day of the 11th edition of the Kongres Poland a Grand Project, Part 2. So this is a challenging year for some of us and quite ample in events for some others. So we have never had two editions of the Congress in 1 year, and this is the case this year. Yesterday, we spoke at length about geopolitics and about certain topics that now and then are treated as taboos. Today, we will speak more about architecture, about development of cities, and about the role of an individual in an ever-changing world, and much will be spoken also about art and its importance for the development of societies, the importance of our heritage, cultural heritage, and we will conclude with a presentation of a medal, Courage and Veracity, which will be the final event. But before we do so, and before I extend the formal welcome to our guests present here in Arkady Kubickiego and online, let me invite my very good friend and colleague from the radio, Antoni Trzmiel. Antoni, welcome. Would you please join us? And Antoni has a very important piece of information to share with us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I must inform you that one of the regular guests and panelists in Arkady Kubicki, with whom we had very difficult discussions, passed away. Józef Darski, Jerzy Targalski passed away after many, in spite of many of our prayers and devotions. This was a man who experienced firsthand the brutality of Soviets. He had no illusions about the Soviets. He was an excellent university lecturer. His lectures were an eye-opening experience to many students. He knew perfectly well how the communist apparatus was functioning, what was the mindset of Homo Sovieticus, of the Soviets. He had no illusions, and he had vast appeal to our audiences in the radio and to his students, and he produced a number of readings like the Resortowe Dzieci, a series that aroused a lot of interest and fascination among his readers. May he rest in peace. Well, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. In spite of the sad events, the world must go on. So let us embark on the first panel, bearing a very interesting title, 70 square meters. Those of you who follow the world of politics will know that this is one of the pillars of the Polish deal. And the question is, if 70 square meters will be enough to accommodate young people with 2 children or more. The developers are not that happy because this is to the detriment of their appetite, and since nowadays we have boom on our housing construction market and a lot is going on, we might think that this is just a bubble, but no, this is a genuine demand because we don't have enough of accommodation available to young couples, and we know that no family is able to function well without the ownership of one's own apartment or house, and this is precisely what will be the topic debated in the first panel, 70 square meters. May I hand it over to our panelists, Professor Bolesław Stelmach. A round of applause. The Mr. Bogdan Lisowski, the President of the Association of Polish Architects, and Mr. Hubert Tramer. Gentlemen, join me please on the stage. The meeting will be moderated by Professor Andrzej Szczerski. So we are all ears, and let me hand over to you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the panel that initiates the third day of our Congress. And here we open a whole sequence of discussions on cultural topics related to culture. But here we start with something very tangible. This is the draft idea that has been included in the manifesto of the new Polish Deal project. It is now embarking on the legislative track, and this is one of the ideas how the state can support families. 70 square meters, so this is like a tangible figure. But at the same time, this is the starting point for a reflection of about state's intervention into the housing market. And 70 square meters, an apartment of 70 square meters should be seen through the prism of economy, through the prism of ethics and aesthetical values. So the program of 70 square meters is a very important response and reaction to the skyrocketing costs of housing construction in Poland. The price of square meter in major urban centers in Poland is so high that buyers must run into debt, and they need to take out either mortgage loans or other loans to be repaid throughout the rest of their lives. And at the same time, we have a free market situation. This is the selling market for the developers, and now this new regulation is going to impact what they do. And finally, availability of own apartments, own flats, given the purchasing power of modern Polish society. How to make apartments affordable? What kind of forms of ownership are available to provide families with housing? So this is economics, then ethical questions. An apartment, a flat, is not a homogeneous commodity. Actually, it is more than that. This is the foundation for a sound social or pro-social policy. Only societies who have well satisfied their needs and demands, their needs for accommodation, may be inclined to have more children. So this is also about building community, the sense of belonging to community, affording freedom, giving freedom to people so that they not remain dependent on banks until the rest of their lives. And finally, the aesthetical question. Housing construction is the most universal manifestation of architecture. And I would say that housing construction is the predominating feature of our urban communities. No single building will be created and built out of nowhere. It must fit into the nearest environs. It must be part of a broader context of urban tissue. And this is a very important question. Well-designed houses, well-designed complex of buildings is a very important value. It cannot be overlooked in the design process. We should not be driven only by utility values. So speaking about those three E's, economics, ethics, aesthetics, we will look at the problems of housing construction, of architecture, and to me it is really a great honor to be moderating this session attended by such eminent specialists. Professor Bolesław Stelmach is an outstanding and prominent architect in Poland, and he has track record of many very interesting projects. But back in 90s, he was interested in housing projects, and he participated in various competitions for the perfect design of a family house, and he will tell us more. Bogdan Lisowski, the president of the Association of Polish Architects, is also with us, and he is also a member of the International Union of Architects. So, and this year he has been engaged in giving opinions on the legislation in the pipeline, but he is also invited to present the views of architects in international fora and in case of international design of various constructions. Hubert Tramer specializes in model Bauhaus and is engaged in the regeneration of housing construction after COVID, in the aftermath of COVID. So would you please take the floor, Professor? Thank you very much. Thank you, and ladies and gentlemen. In the first place, let me tell you that liberal policy, and this is the policy that has been dominating in Poland ever since we regained our independence in 1989, after systemic transformation, we have found ourselves in a situation where apartments have been always treated as a commodity. Back in 2007, neoliberal communities persuaded Polish people that the housing market should be driven by the invisible hand of the market. As a result of this, we have short supply of housing units in excess of 1.5 million, and a succession of Polish governments was reprimanded on that count by our Union of Architects, but the neoliberal governments were never responsive to our charges. This is a free market, let market forces regulate this. And some people look at it differently. In Vienna, for instance, a house or an apartment is treated as part of infrastructure. So this is like a component of broadly understood technological infrastructure, just as much as roads, bridges. Only rented apartments with regulated level of rents or tenancy apartments will allow poorer families who cannot afford taking out a 30 years long mortgage loan, will enable them to live in dignity. So houses or apartments are not commodity, it is part of infrastructure. So this is my first point. My second point, this deficit of almost 2 million apartments or flats should be immediately done away with as soon as possible. Of course, there are various ways and means to do so, but we should really embrace all such initiatives as 70 square meters and the community housing initiatives, regional territorial investments. All ideas of that kind are very sound and very prudent, and everyone should have one's own apartment in the perspective, and we should do our best to close the gap. 70 square meters is part of the present capacity, because building capacity, because developers and builders and clients are allowed to engage in a housing construction project for a unit that will be 70 square meters large without any additional permit. However, the building permit is not the main hurdle here. The main hurdle is that you need to have a construction logbook and many other documents, and from the banking perspective, administrative burden will be just as hard as it was with the securing of building permit. Also, the ownership of land, where to build those units with 70 square meters surface. Should it be like a spillover of our urban centers? Well, the spillover of cities costs even 80 billion Polish zlotys per annum, so it should be done in a considerate way, in line with the land management policies. To my mind, we should modify the physical planning law, and in this regard, our National Institute has been encouraging lawmakers and people in power to introduce respective amendments to the existing law. The Ministry of Development failed to realize what are the obstacles to development: short supply of land and institutionalization, red tape, where it takes you up to 2 years to secure a building permit. If we do away with such obstacles, 70 square meters will fit in very well with the policy of a new Polish deal and the opening of the housing market. As for the aesthetical part, well, if we speak about 70 square meters apartments, but also 100 square meters apartments, well, they should be shown in catalogs, in prospectus available to the clients in a given region, and we should be really inviting bids in regional competitions for the most interesting designs and layouts, and the beautiful housing units that were built in the interwar period were all born out of such competitions for architects. I know that this is practicable, and I sit on one of the juries in the competition for the housing unit in the region of Mazovia. And if it goes down to the level of a region, if there is regionalization and standardization where certain components will be ready-made to be built into the housing structure, I think it's going to be one of the drivers bringing us closer to the attainment of our goal. Thank you very much. You have highlighted so many important issues in your short intervention. the program 70 square meters is a great opportunity to turn around the situation on the Polish housing market. However, it needs to be stated more precisely in specific areas. For instance, very often this program is presented as something that is completely new, but it is part of the long-standing tradition, like in the pre-war Poland, that housing can be standardized by employing the best competition-winning designs that were purchased by housing cooperatives before the war and that were multiplied. And I think that the fund for military houses, for military families, gained spectacular successes in the pre-war time. And this program is not a threat to the aesthetics and skyline of our cities. Just the contrary, it can be a way to get the urban tissue into order, because very often we buy very expensive designs from very luxury catalogs, and then those houses do not fit in the Polish landscape, and they do not represent any architectonic value. So state should have a room for intervention in this regard. May I hand it over to President Lisowski? Well, thank you very much for having me in this debate. I would like to make a reference to some special values that the 70 square meter programs has in it. Also technological parameters, 70 square meters of floor area, and the maximum usable area could be up to 90 square meters, so somewhat more than the 70 square meters area. Such apartments or houses may be two-story houses, and there may be an attic or a loft, a little loft built. And in Poland, the average house would be like 120 square meters. So here we speak about limited space, which would be somewhat bigger than the average surface of a flat in Poland. Nevertheless, it takes into account certain differences that are obvious for a construction of a house rather than an apartment. And the professor rightly identified certain macroeconomic aspects which have bearing on the order of our urban tissue, and with the detrimental phenomenon of spilling over of cities. I think that the initial program or project Apartment Plus, much as it was criticized because it was operated on a very small scale, it was good in its origins and in its underlying ideas, because it generated quite interesting housing projects in various residential areas. It also prevented the spillover of cities and the infrastructural expenditure entailed by this phenomenon. Whereas the house of 70 square meters, and the biggest value in it is that a citizen can help to have his or her own house built without any additional detriments, because the classical pathway for building a standalone house will be very complex and inaccessible to an average Mr. Smith. As Professor rightly identified, the information about Notification of the construction project has been existing for many years, and it is binding for any construction projects up to 300 square meters surface. But for the reasons mentioned before, this procedure tended to be quite lengthy and complicated. Now, about the notification, we heard that this practice has been put in place in Hungary. We met our opposite numbers in September this year, and our colleagues from Hungary told us that the government regulated in a law that it would be possible for citizens to start construction of a house for up to 100 square meters and then 300 square meters surface without seeking a dedicated building permit. And the difference is that in Hungary they have electronic construction logbook, and it must be started for any housing project. And this is the reason that we were quite critical about the Polish edition of a project, because we asked who is going to be liable for the physical implementation of a housing project, the building of a building. And I wish to tell you that this new bill will, of course, allow an investor to employ the supervisor, the construction supervisor, but this will not be a prerequisite to start a construction. This is the difference. This is the difference, because I see no problem with shifting some of the responsibility or liability on a citizen. This is part and parcel of building civil society in this country. Perhaps this is not the best illustration available, but it will be a telling one. As much as we are able to put together the IKEA furniture that we have bought ourselves back in the 50s and back in the 60s, when Inma Kamprad struck this idea that people should do it themselves, so he moved certain liability on the users of furniture. Then the lobby of furniture producers started a boycott of his production, so he got started his production in Poland, and Poland became the driving force for the cooperation that is now worldwide large. So you don't need to be concerned with Mr. Smith not being able to handle a construction project. There are various ways to support housing projects, empowering individual house owners, and the Polish Chamber of Construction Engineers and Polish Chamber of Architects submitted their evaluation of the bill. The bill was voted on in the lower house of the Polish parliament. Now it will go through the legislative track in the Senate of the Republic of Poland. And one of the comments of the Chamber of Architects was that it should be provided in the bill that a natural person can be an investor in such a housing project, provided that the person will make use of the house built himself or herself. And this is a very important provision, because it's going to fend off the risk that we identified as architects, that there will be fraud, that there will be abuse of procedure, and that various developers would like to disguise themselves as individual investors building houses up to 70 square meters, and then the standalone urban units would be springing up like mushrooms, and this would be extremely costly for the local administration, because every house needs to be connected to the utilities, to the media, and this is the responsibility of a local government there. Professor mentioned the pre-war projects. For instance, in the Warsaw district of Koło, there was a competition. 100 bids were submitted, 80 designs were selected and were available to be commissioned by the prospective house owners, and they were meant to be available to the citizens, so that the citizens could have access to affordable housing. This was the point in the competition back then, in the pre-war era. And what should be of interest to us is not so much if Mr. Smith has an easy life, but also what should be in the center of our attention is the protection of the urban tissue and how it looks. And I must say that this considerate policy is inexistent in cities. We have various districts, residential areas springing up like mushrooms without any interconnection network, without kindergartens, without schools, without supermarkets. We also have in place something that emerged in the late 1990s, like closed residential areas closed behind a fence, standalone islands, and they are very detrimental to the sound urban structure, and they are not to be encouraged anymore. So this is all by way of my comments to the bill of legislation that is now in the Parliament, and this is, to my mind, another manifestation of the initial Apartment Plus project, where we wanted to invite state interference to building of residential areas. Now the center of gravity will be shifted upon a citizen, and this will be a way to close the gap and close the deficit of apartments in Poland.
Thank you for this word of comment, and also thank you for showing us different aspects of the program, also the ethical aspects, because we give people an opportunity to have their own home, and we support people also by way of removing red tape. Bureaucratic barriers is something that people find difficult. And when we spoke about Hungary, that's very, very valuable. We will go back to international models and experience. And sometimes, if you move certain solutions to internet, it simplifies matters. And now the question of land. Of course, this whole notion of cities spreading around the rural areas, sometimes residential areas are built very far away from centers of the cities. They require infrastructure in terms of communication and the media, and they were actually plaguing big cities in 1990s. In Wrocław, certain residential districts were built more than a dozen kilometers from a center, and simply because land was available. And then, in order to improve transportation, very, very big investments had to be made instead of investing in the city center. So these programs should be implemented together with a good urban planning program. Thank you very much. Following up from what previous speakers said, I would like to present a wider context. 70 square meters house is not a standalone project. It is a means to support Poles in realizing their aspirations of having their own home. And when we refer to certain concepts or thoughts, moving the stress from Apartment Plus, which was the initial program, and onto 70 square meters house is very important, because the fact that we were not able to succeed earlier is a great failure of Poland based on solidarity, and we gave way to more liberal Poland. And let me just say that housing is monopolized by developing companies, and people buy their homes using mortgage, whereas the Austrian model was supposed to free our society from this domination of developers and mortgage loans, offering an alternative to rent an apartment with a possible path to ownership, regardless of the sources of funding. Unfortunately, we were not able to develop this program. There were various problems and reasons for it. Owners of the land, such as Polish railroads or the National Forest Agency, they did not want to give up land. They preferred to develop the land themselves. So suddenly everyone decided that we are not able to do anything and we should not try to offer these solutions anymore that would be based on solidarity. We should just simply accept that this should be a pure market-governed sector. But a family with a second child could receive 20,000 zlotys as a repayment of the loan, but that is a cost of approximately 5 square meters. For the third child, it is 60,000 zlotys, so an equivalent of 15 square meters. But that is simply a relief in mortgage loan. So we are not only supporting families, but we are also supporting banks and developers. And Mieszkanie Plus, the Apartment Plus program, in its original design was to be carried out without support from the state. And maybe we should also reactivate Apartment Plus program. It should be amended. It would not have to be one centralized organization that would construct the houses, but maybe some state-owned enterprises, Polish railroads or Polish national forests could actually carry out these projects. Because we should no longer continue to support banks. And when we amend Apartment Plus program, maybe we should follow the principle that the state, through its financial investment, is building houses. The problem with Apartment Plus was that if you were to rent an apartment with an option to buy, you only paid 20% less than the market rent. So it was quite expensive. And if we were to do otherwise, for example, a state-owned entity finances the cost of construction, and then the rent that people pay just pays for the maintenance of the building. And those people who actually want to buy their apartments would simply pay for the cost of the construction. This way, money would go back to the state budget and more apartments could be built in the future. So we could have two sources of funding, funds coming from sale of apartments and funds from the state budget. However, when most of this money, instead of financing the construction of new buildings, is used to, in reality, support banks and developers, that is a waste of effort. The problem is that, I designed a house for my friends who wanted to have an apartment, but they realized that they couldn't afford one in the city, so they had to buy a house outside of town, in the outskirts. So the fact that people build houses on the outskirts of cities is not always their choice. Sometimes they have no other option because it would be much more expensive for them to buy an apartment in town. So I would appeal to the decision makers to revisit the Apartment Plus program and maybe to modify it instead of going further with the policy of promoting mortgage loans while promoting banks. And when people build houses on the outskirts of cities, so government announced some years ago that special permits that would consider the construction conditions for a given area would no longer be required. And sometimes the local spatial planning does not foresee residential houses in a given space. Well, thank you very much for drawing our attention to the financial, economic and civilizational consequences of adopting just one path for development. This 70 square meters homes program should be just one of the options implemented in order to improve housing policy in Poland. And the question of availability of land is very important, and also these documents that make it possible for people to construct in those areas where municipal authorities have not prepared spatial plans is very important. We had to resolve this problem. And let me now refer to Professor Stelmach. So what are the preconditions for spatial policy or spatial strategy to be conducted in the right way? And also this multitude of aspects of housing policy is important. So if we were to imagine an ideal model, and if we were to ask ourselves what else could be done by the state in order for housing to be affordable, what other policies apart from 70 square meters house should be put in place? Well, I believe that two thresholds would, in my opinion, be most important, and we were never able to cross these thresholds. So one hand was lack of availability of well-prepared land with the right spatial planning decisions and valid decisions that would make it possible to construct. And planning is our weak spot in Poland. It is very time-consuming and it is not done well. For the past 30 to 40 years, we were not able to create a good model. And the communist model, as Czesław Bielecki said, was the Polish school of watercolor. People were simply drawing things on the map without considering the actual conditions. And then all these plans were discontinued in the year 2000, but nothing new replaced them. And the lobby of lawyers achieved a situation in which we have to go through these very, very difficult paths with so much red tape. So in order to correct certain mistakes, for example, spelling errors, you need to go through the whole procedure for the master plan. So there is no possibility, unlike in other civilized European countries, where the author of the master plan, together with local authorities, gathers information from investors, from landowners for a year, asks about modifications that are needed, and then modifies the master plan at the end of the year. In Poland, that would be impossible because lawyers would lose their bread and butter. So the fastest track is 2 years in Poland. So if this average of 4 years makes it possible for us to build according to plans, I believe that it is very problematic to hope that we will be able to improve the housing tissue. A second element of the construction permit, I'm not surprised that we hear proposals to build houses just based on a notification without unnecessary red tape, because statistically in Poland, on average, you wait for 2 years before you receive a construction permit. So, in order to receive this permit, you need to submit 7 volumes of documents. You need to work with architects, electricians, engineers, construction engineers. You need to pay for maps, 12 different professions, secured procedures that they have to approve. And once you receive the construction permit, you only use 1 volume. So there are 7 volumes that you need to submit. They need to be reviewed, stamped, and put in archives. For example, the ventilation or air conditioning installation is in 1 volume, but this changes during construction. Solutions, technologies, and needs change. So from the moment of original design up to the point of the actual construction, this would probably change, but it had to be submitted in order for a construction permit to be issued. In 2018, I wrote to Minister Soboń, responsible at the time for construction, and I asked for this to be changed. We just require the architectural design, the concept for the building, and the fact that it is in compliance with the master plan or terms of land use. Otherwise, we do not need all the other documents in other volumes. The ministerial machinery worked on this, and 2 years later, what came out was very similar to the original requirement. These additional 5 volumes may, but do not have to be enclosed. Now, find me a civil servant who would agree not to receive 5 volumes if they could ask for it. If he is subject to an audit, he will be told, well, you could have asked for it, but you didn't. So all the requests for construction permits still consists of 7 volumes. If we do not change this, no 70 square meters house will help. This is just one of the boats, but we have this huge ship as PRFN, because when you go through this, when the Minister for Development was Deputy Prime Minister from a coalition party, it turned out that PFRN is not finding support. Hubert Kramer spoke about this. And we should say that it is underestimated, and it should be implemented widely in 2 ways, because the future lies in targeted projects. I saw Chairman Taruk recently, and his calculations show that it is profitable to build over 200 apartments. So if you build more than 200 apartments, this is a profitable project. But we have to remember that the funds are scarce, and when we speak about the cost of constructing 1 square meters, that would be 40 billion zlotys. So this is the scale of the problem, and this is just a small percentage of houses, of accommodation that we still need in Poland. So such undertakings as PFRN, the Polish Federation for Real Estate Market, but would need norms and standards, procedures, and know-how. So we believe that PFRN could be a great coordinator or an entity responsible for introducing norms and standards in order to coordinate the direction in which these separate small boats are moving. Right now it's rather chaotic, and in my opinion only such a body could coordinate this. So when we speak about aesthetics, as long as architecture is just a sector in the construction industry, we cannot speak about independent functioning, and problems such as the ones I spoke of that pertain to issuing of construction permit stem out from underappreciation of the importance of architecture and the quality of our surroundings. Professor Gliński signed the Davos Declaration in 2018, and this declaration says that the constructed space is an integral part of culture. So architecture is part of culture. It should be part of the Ministry of Culture, because if it still remains a part of this construction sector, construction industry, we will never be able to perceive space in terms of culture. So all the permits that we spoke about will always consider other aspects more important than architecture, because engineers will say ventilation is important, the structures are important, the electrical cabling is important, and all of that is true. However, that is a different element of the functioning of society when compared to architecture, which has this important aesthetic aspect. And of course, specificity of regions, catalogs, and all of the designs that could be offered to those who want to build their own homes at a symbolic price are very good. So without a substantial change that would simplify and modify the law on spatial planning, replacing the permits with other solutions, nothing will be improved. As the director of my institute, I submitted to the Minister of Development a proposal that we have Czesław Bielecki at our disposal. He is a very distinguished specialist. There is a legislative path that is ready. We could prepare such a draft of the construction law. It may be brief, just for the areas of integrated investment, in order to demonstrate that it is possible to proceed things smoothly and quickly, but there was no interest in our proposal, unfortunately. These proposals are still somewhere in our desks, and they could be used if anyone would wish to do so. Well, thank you very much. I see there is a round of applause. Indeed, this panel was organized for the third day because we wanted to draw your attention to the fact that architecture contributes to cultural development, and it is a very different element of investments. And architecture should be considered part of the realm of culture. So what Professor Stelmach said, moving architecture from the responsibility of Ministry for Construction to Ministry of Culture would help enormously. And let me draw your attention to what Professor Stelmach said. 70 square meters house, yes, it's an important idea, but there are also many other areas that we have to improve in order to change the situation. So, solidarity principle or social solidarity, that is very important, because we want to build this solidarity through building and construction or housing policy. Why people leave Poland? Many people, when asked why they decided to emigrate, say that it is because they had no possibility of building or buying their own home. So thank you very much, Professor Stelmach, for all his efforts, for all his work, because he wants to achieve a situation in which architecture would finally take the place it merits. And we have excellent architects in Poland, very good universities. We have more and more funds at our disposal that we could invest in good quality architecture. So releasing this potential would be a very good thing. And Professor Lisowski, before I hand over to you, I would like to ask you to speak about housing policy and legislative framework, following on from what Professor Stelmach said. And a very specific question, how are these similar programs implemented in Hungary and Sweden? Thank you.
Yes, I fully subscribe to the views professed by the preceding speaker. I do agree with all the strands that he identified, that one cannot develop a housing policy by jumping from one idea to another idea, none of them being compatible with one another, in oblivion of the final goal that we want to attain. What is very difficult for us is the term in office way of thinking. Of course, in big corporations, people expect quarterly results, and those results must be delivered. But in Poland, we are predominated by this term in office mindset, like 4 years of the parliamentary term in office. And of course, no viable housing policy will be achieved if we just think in the prism of 4 years. So this is probably one of the reasons of the failure of Apartment Plus. It had some merits and it deserves to be continued, especially bearing in mind the order it introduces into the urban tissue. Let me recap what were the central tenets of the Apartment Plus. All the submissions that were needed for the construction, statement that the house will be built for own needs, and statement of taking on a liability for the construction project unless construction supervisor or manager has been appointed. So these are very simplified rules made available in 70 square meters project. And a few words about the new ideas from the Ministry of Housing and Construction. Well, there was fear that intellectual copyrights and copyrighted works would be given away for €1 or for 1 zloty if we go too much into competitions. Because opening competitions for a house design either for the Mazovian region or Warmia and Mazury region, and the offer catalog that would suggest certain designs that would very well fit into the landscape of the region, and that would give options to users from which they could pick and choose, would be beneficial. However, let's remember that a client who wants to build 70 square meters by way of a standalone house will not seek luxury solutions. So the catalogs of standalone houses were available in Poland for decades. You can buy them in any bookstore or anywhere, basically in any press stand, and the prices for the designs offered in those catalogs will vary up to 3,000–4,000 zlotys, but some of them are cheaper, 1,500 zlotys or even 600 zlotys. Whereas in the competition for the house of 70 square meters attracted also a bid that was priced 87 zlotys. So the market response to the initiative is very differentiated, and this is not the problem. This is not the core of the problem. Perhaps we could again draw on the experiences of pre-war era, where standardization of certain designs allowed to create a whole range of various quality designs for standalone houses, and they were affordable. So coming back to the competition idea, the idea which was criticized on the grounds that the state would abuse designers and would buy a pool of designs and give them away to the natural persons for nothing. Well, this is an apparent problem. I spoke with our British colleagues and with our Hungarian colleagues, and they said that they haven't noticed any market distortion because of the starting of such competitions. Of course, not every architect will design single standalone family houses. Nevertheless, we had some intuition and some feedback from our Hungarian colleagues. And of course, the top of perfection would be if the state could pursue housing policy not limited by the term in office of the parliament in Poland. We started our association of architects back in 1887, and we were affiliated with the Krakow Technology Society. And with all the wealth of our experience, we can say that unfortunately in Poland, people tend to order and commission a number of designs at the end of a term in office of the parliament, of the government, in order to produce some illustrious success, and then everything is done in a great hurry in order to make it before the upcoming elections. So I want to bring to your attention that all ideas of resolving the housing problems in Poland should be, by their very nature, more long-term, and we should wait and see how they perform. This is all from me on the subject. Thank you. May I hand it over to Hubert Tramer? What are your comments, or what would be your feedback? So, what qualities housing policy should have, and what is the idea of a new Polish Bauhaus about? Let me just explain that the PFRN stands for the Polish Fund for the Development of Real Estate, and this is part of the National Development Fund, which is in charge of. This is as if you were explaining GDP. Nevertheless, for us it goes without saying, but for the audiences in the room, this acronym may not readily spring to their minds, and this is not that obvious as GDP. And the apartment plus. As for the new European Bauhaus, among the pilot projects of the new European Bauhaus, the 5 piloting projects will include the goal of accessible housing. As we were entering the European Union, the availability of housing was left for the decision of individual member states. Because from the vantage point of the old European Union, old member states, the housing problem was inexistent, and Poland was the leading country in the absorption of EU assistance funds. Poland back in 2013 was the only country that absorbed 100% of the monies that we received. And as a result of that, being the leader in EU funds absorption, shifted the main thrust of our attention from housing to other projects, EU-funded projects. And as I'm saying, the housing challenge was absent from all the European member states. Now it is resurfacing again, so maybe this problem will be duly identified also in the whole of the European Union, like exiting homelessness. In Finland, for instance, Housing First project is realized for the homeless. So in Poland we also have such an ambition upheld by many NGOs, and I do agree that we should apply a lot of instruments, a whole range of instruments in order to stimulate the housing growth, and Apartment Plus should be the very foundation so that to relieve Polish families of any debts and obligations. And Apartment Plus provided for a very clever solution. The family obtains the ownership of an apartment, but should it be facing some adversities in their lives, they might be additionally supported also in repayment of rents, of tenancies. In Germany, we see support for the creation of housing communities right from the start, where the house is only to be constructed. As Bolesław Stelmach mentioned it, and Bogdan Lisowski mentioned it, for people who are not professionals, the housing building procedures are extremely difficult, and that's why private or community investors flock together and get together to support the effort. Also, there are certain repetitive solutions. In Poland, in Warsaw, or in Silesia, there are Finnish cottages or small houses that were extremely popular in Poland immediately after the Second World War, and this is a way out, like a light wooden construction, inexpensive, attainable, affordable, and this was a project that was successfully copied also in Colombia, in South America, and people think that if someone is cheap, it will be non-functional and of poor quality, and we should really persuade people that there may be value in certain projects that appear cheap. We also have a project called Lex Developer. It was widely criticized, and now it is going to be subjected to public and community consultation. And in Warsaw, I provided my own opinions to such bills, because I think it is quite interesting to have broader evaluation and engaging neighborhoods and grassroots organizations in the discussion of legislative framework. Coming back to the European Bauhaus, what is it? It is the initiative that is part of European Green Deal, and the pursuit of climate neutrality and reduction of contamination will be combined with aesthetic values and will take due and will be in respect of interests of various social groups, so as not to have housing dominated by the strongest players. So the social council housing, also upgrading the quality of the resources, the stocks that are available right now, and environmental mindset. At 12:30, I will moderate another panel session, the local and the global context of the future of Polish towns and rural areas. Well, thank you very much. We will be slowly wrapping up with this panel. I think that a lot has been said about 70 square meters program and the housing policy. So in this context, would you like to wrap up our debate? If you have any additional demands for the program 70 square meters, please let us know. But I think that we have managed to identify all the strengths of the program. And on the day one of our Congress, we spoke about the Polish way of capitalism. There was a notion of a patchwork capitalism, which is a very diversified institution, and the diversity works for its benefit. And in Poland, at the present stage of our development and having resources limited as they are, we should be trying various methods, and we should employ various means. And this is perhaps also true for the Polish housing market. Perhaps there are ways out also for those families who are worse off. Maybe owning a house in the suburbs, like 70 square meter house, would be a solution for people who would never afford any solid apartment in the city center. So apartment plus and the merits of this program, releasing the mortgage lenders from the dependency on banks alone. So could you please tell me in a nutshell, is there any specific feature that should be introduced to the Polish model of housing policy? Well, I think that this model is in existence. This is a patchwork policy or and
we should introduce corrections. As I have said, in 2018, I tried to amend construction law in such a way so that it would be easier to receive a construction permit. But I have only succeeded in about 50%, so we have to look at it again and introduce corrections whenever necessary. And this pertains to all the aspects. The 70 square meters homes, if there is land available, could be something that is an option for those who are more entrepreneurial but not as affluent. So if two brothers-in-law are able to build the house that has 70 square meters, should not be ridiculed. If they do it well, they should be praised. If these are functional homes, not destroying the landscape and environmentally friendly, why not? They should have such a possibility. And this alone will not solve our problems, because this patchwork and the Polish Fund for Development of Real Estate is important, and we should also have governments plenipotentiary for housing, someone at the level of Prime Minister's office, someone who would coordinate these policies. And I also mentioned that this Fund for Development of Real Estate could serve as a coordinator for these special solutions, and that is the National Housing Resources and Special Building Societies. we need to avoid chaos, we need to be focused, we need to also achieve value for money, while not forgetting about the aesthetic aspect of construction. So all of this should also be financed by Polish capital, Polish equity. Why housing market is now dominated by foreign capital? Why it is the other countries that are to benefit in it in the form of pension funds that exist there instead of our pension funds? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now over to you. At top of the comments provided by Professor Stelmach about 7 volumes of documents that were requirement, let me say that the Central Supervision of Construction started the effort to digitize documents, building documents. So we are on a good way to abandon the necessity to print on paper volumes and volumes of documents. So here I would like to set your minds at ease. Facilities to the citizens, yes, I'm all in favor. But we want to make sure that we have a civil society in place where citizens can decide and due care of spatial planning and community grounds. Yes, this should be also remembered and taken into the account in the bill of 70 square meters houses. And I also place my confidence in a citizen who, with his brother-in-law, will be able to build a house that would be environmental, value for money, and nice to look at. I have some concerns about potential fraud and abuse that might happen down the road, and this would come very costly and to the detriment of public space. But nevertheless, I'm positive about this initiative. Well, the 70 square meters program should be only limited to such situations where you build with your own resources, or to build in small towns and villages, and we should do all we can to not to mainstream this program and not to allow for further spillover of cities. Perhaps if we intensify our efforts and resume the project Apartment Plus, those two projects could be the two legs and the real alternative to developers' initiatives, which are always funded by housing loans. Gentlemen, thank you very much for this wrap-up, for this summary. We see how importantly features 70 square meters program within the overall housing policy, and the clash with the Polish producers and unleashing massive potential for the country's development. Well, the development policy and the housing policy are certainly a means to unleash such a potential, and houses should not be seen purely as commodities. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for the panel discussion. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the spillover of cities was mentioned, and I'm sure that this notion will be further explained by the next upcoming panel, the local and the global context. of the future of towns and rural areas. Hubert Trammer will moderate this discussion. Would you please stay with us on the stage? Other panelists, I hope, will stay with us in the audience to follow the next debates. And may I invite the succeeding panelists to join us. Moderator, would you like to sit there? Do we have our panelists? Yes, I can see them. Thank you. A very warm welcome to Sheila Patel, human rights activist. Good morning, welcome. Good afternoon. Sheila will join us online. All right, we have a very nice landscape of Pola Mokotowskie. This pond is going to be revamped. Sheila will join us in a moment, but in the meantime, may I invite Zuzanna Trąbczyńska, architect and painter. We also have with us Cezary Czemplik, architect, and Marcin Popkiewicz, analyst and journalist. And we have Sheila.
Welcome to our Congress. Hello.
So, Hubert, over to you. The local and the global context of the future of Polish cities and rural areas. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Certain strands that have been identified in the Congress were present in our yesterday's debate. For instance, the notion of pursuing climate neutrality and departure from fossil fuels and balancing our emissions of CO2. And this was all under discussion yesterday. Poland decided to join this European ambition to obtain 2050 climate neutrality. And the Polish corporation Orlen, one of the sponsors of this event, they have also agreed to work to this end, and this is manifested also by ever-present solar panels that are to be seen everywhere, whereas they were a rare view in the past. And the installation of solar cells and solar panels and the reduction of CO2 emissions are by no means the only measures to improve our relations with natural environment. What is very important is the combination of energy transition and the quality of life. And energy transition is often identified as a potential risk. On the other hand, it can be an opportunity. And one of our panelists, Mr. Marcin Popkiewicz, back in 2015, wrote a book entitled Energy Transformation, which presented to us the dreary picture as it was back then. And I read this book in 2020, being on holidays in a village, and I could see with my own eyes how the situation improved as compared to the starting point of 2015, which was the benchmark for his book. Moreover, the European Union has embraced this goal of climate neutrality, but the European Union will only contribute modestly to the reduction of emissions if it is not followed by other regions of the world. That's why the global perspective will be very important. Zuzanna Trączyska-Hirsi operates in Senegal, and she helps to maintain the places of historical importance in Senegal. And we have Sheila Patel, with whom we sit on the implementation of the European Bauhaus project in this implementation committee, which is of 18 experts, and some of them not being from EU member states. Sheila Patel of India. And when I joined this project of European Bauhaus, I heard that I was invited in because Poland is an important country. Spain is not represented in that country. And Ursula von der Leyen, in her State of the Union speech, among milestones, achievements, mentioned the fact that Poland is Europe's largest exporter of electric buses. So we can see that protection of environment may come with many profits to it. Nevertheless, this is the game of many interests. The point is not so much to identify a program that could be potentially detrimental. No, we must try to make sure that our own interests are duly taken into account in the achievement of a given program or a project. And we should also look at the global perspective while remembering of the local perspective. That's why we have Cezary Czempling with us, and he works in the Polish Society for Natural Building. So this is the example of acting locally while thinking globally. And we will speak also about how to improve the quality of life in local community and how energy transition can come as an opportunity for Poland, for the world, for communities. So may I hand it over to Sheila Patel now. I will invite her to tell us what is her perspective of the problem. Sheila Patel is the founder and chairwoman of the International Association of Slums Inhabitants. And from that perspective, I think she's very knowledgeable and can tell us a lot about energy transition and whether it can facilitate the improvement of quality of life in one of the most populous societies of the world, but also given her international context. Over to you, Sheila, if I may.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for inviting me to the event. I feel very privileged. Those of you who don't know, I also sat in the Global Commission for local adaptation, and I'm presently one of the 6 champions for the West Science. These are very important issues. Me as a leader of a network of slum dwellers, and as you will see in my presentation, we are about 2 billion people living in urban informality. STI represented in 33 countries and about 200 cities. We look at ways by which we stop addictions, we produce identity, we facilitate relocation, which is just when large mitigation projects are set up. And we try to look at ways in which we can help cities work not only for the elite, but also the class of people who work for them. Climate change and SDGs are now 2 sides of the same coin for poor people. Every large city in the global south has 30 to 50% people living informally, with human hands clearing most of the waste. These households have to use stolen water, stolen electricity. They make their homes from waste materials, and they work informally, either selling and vending illegally, making bread and sleeping next to the bread, selling rodent poison, because there's a lot of rats in informal settlements. But the reality is that this crisis is intergenerational. These pipes that you see bring water to the city, but no water to the slums. And so the demand of poor communities all around the world is that we will build our modest houses incrementally, but give us basic amenities and services. Our networks also produce model houses, different designs for public amenities, roofing materials, public toilets, with a view to getting our own cities and our mayors to come and work with us, negotiate. This is the way we negotiate, with large numbers of people who come and meet us. And we invite mayors, the mayor of London, the chief of a town in Ghana, a whole network of people from Indonesia, and lots of large town hall meetings where we try to engage the city to say that this intergenerational division has to stop. And women take the lead on this. They do that because they believe that if they don't make change happen, the 65% of our children who are below 35 to as young as these little kids will spend another 3 generations in this squalor with bad health, bad nutrition, no access, and a way of being almost illegitimate in cities. The reality is that all norms and standards, especially your European ones, seek perfection. They become more expensive. And we in the global south, through our colonial histories with Europe, the US, and the UK, have adopted those standards which become impossible for our cities, but impossible for the bottom 50%. So standardization, good norms and standards, don't work for 2 billion people. This is the kind of large informal settlement that is in every city where we work. Regular planning that some of our professionals come and learn in your cities, in your fabulous colleges, just don't work. This terrible neglect has produced densities you cannot imagine. And therefore the challenge to European citizens, European countries, is Europe going to be a fortress protecting itself? Or is it going to be part of the new normal transition post-pandemic of COVID to embrace the whole world, because we know now that climate change is going to create havoc everywhere. And havoc produces migration, it produces wars, it produces riots, it produces violence, and it produces destruction. The cost of not doing development today, it is said, produces investments that require 10 times that amount 5 years later. And therefore, as a member of the new Bauhaus movement along with Hubert, I'm trying to suggest that European assistance, European private sector, European citizens must seek global equity, global and universal justice, and the transformation of poor people's lives across the world. You all spoke about clean energy. There is a huge potential to leapfrog away from no electricity or stolen electricity or dirty electricity created by coal into a solar or clean energy. Recyclers in many cities in the global south have shown that they can recycle 68% of all waste. And EU itself has forced many organizations to clean up their own plastics and other recyclables in all the countries where they export goods, and our networks work with them. So my friends, I hope this debate doesn't just extend to Poland, which I'm delighted to hear has absorbed all its development assistance, because the other crisis is, on one hand, there is not enough money. On the other hand, all services for the poorer communities don't have absorption. And they don't have absorption because the rules and regulatory frameworks don't work for them. So there is a big challenge globally for professionals to work closely with community networks and produce some non-negotiable norms and standards that are very critical for safety, but incremental ones for those where over a period of time, poor communities can make investments. I'm looking forward for discussions, and I hope that each one of you will make sure that the next time you talk about housing in Europe, you talk about transport in Europe, you talk about your exports to our countries, you think about the bottom 40% of people who live there. Thank you very much.
And our second panelist will be Marcin Popkiewicz. He's a nuclear physicist and analyst of megatrends, and he will speak about how our economy, energy economy should look like, so that the quality of life in cities and villages would be better, and the energy transition is not a problem but an opportunity for better growth. Well, so many different elements. Well, first of all, I would like to thank Sheila for this introduction, because when I hear people who say, oh, we are too poor, we are not able to afford to protect climate or to undergo economic transition, I always remember about problems that are faced by people in the global south, because we are actually emitting greenhouse gases, and they have to pay the cost for that. So we have to always consider them. So when we hear that things are problematic for Poland, that we should be very careful, and that European Union is responsible only for less than 10% of global emissions, that's true. But there are two countries that are responsible for most of the emissions, and that is China and the US. All the other countries are responsible for under 10% of emissions, but altogether they make up the majority of emissions. So if we all say, oh, it is not our problem because we only emit less than 10%, we contribute to the problems. There are people who do not have access to electricity. They do not have a possibility to charge their phones, to charge their computers, and so on and so forth. And we tell them that it should be so, and we are not willing to bear the costs of the transition. The poorer part of the or the poorer half of our global population is only 7% of emissions. We live in very good conditions, and these people would like to improve their living conditions. And people in the south should be able to say that they want to have the same quality of life. And for example, if people in India would say coal is the cheapest source of energy, so let us build as many power plants as possible, then the whole earth would probably fry So we, as Europe, the United States and China, we should take on the responsibility, and we should also offer instruments to people in the global south in order for them to be able to live life full of dignity, but not following our example, because this would lead to an environmental disaster. This is already happening because India planned hundreds of new coal-fired power plants, and they gave up on this plan, and they decided that it is more sensible to build photovoltaics, to build renewable energy sources. So this was done in a country that is not in Europe. Denmark, for example, and Germany invested in absurdly expensive energy sources. But fortunately, they did so when it was very expensive, because they were the front runners. And now in India, people are able to use these solutions and these models to build more environmentally friendly energy sources. And of course, we want to promote new models, such as the model of Copenhagen, a big city where people ride bikes, where more green areas are being built. Yes, we are faced with a climate crisis, but people want to just continue doing as they did in the past. And you reminded about my book, Energy Revolution. I also wrote a book, World at Crossroads. And if you read this book, you can actually become very depressed, because you can really appreciate all the problems we are faced with. So what can we do? Things are not going well, and we are not moving in the right direction, but at least we could make things slightly better. And I came up with a plan for energy transition, and this does not really mean that we would be reversing history. No, we are looking after the future of our children. So I'm sorry for this long introduction, but if we think of what needs to be done, as a physicist, I can give you a clear answer. You should reduce emissions of greenhouse gases to practically zero. So give up coal. But these energy sources are also the foundation of our comfortable life. So how to do this? There is wind, sun, sea, and neutral energy. These are the sources we have available. So we should be efficient from the point of view of energy. In countries, we are often asked whether it's better to use wind as the energy source, whether it's better to use sun, and so on and so forth. But the first question we should ask is not about the sources. We should ask about the volume of electricity we need to live comfortably, because what you're not really interested in how much energy was consumed by your car in order for you to get here, how much energy was consumed by your refrigerators or your air conditioner. You are interested in having this service, and in order to have this service, you need to produce energy. There are three sectors: construction, transport, and industry. In construction, we already know how to build zero energy buildings. We know how to do this. We know what needs to be done: good installation, mechanical ventilation with recuperation. And we should also introduce other engineering solutions. The cost of building such a house costs as much as to build a house that is an energy vampire. So when I look at governmental plans, I can see that we can reduce the energy consumptions by 1/4. What does it really mean from the point of view of a household? Well, this means that I only will need a quarter of the energy. And even if this energy is twice as expensive, it still means that I will pay less, because I'm not interested in a cost of 1 unit of energy. I am interested in a monthly bill. So if the energy is twice as expensive, but I only use a quarter of energy, I still pay the half. So there is no energy poverty, there is no smog, no contamination, and so on and so forth. When we we want to heat our houses, we can use more environmentally friendly means. And just as many people die from smoke, from air pollution, as they die from coronavirus infections. So we will be able to save lives. And transport, well, electrical vehicles, for example, solutions such as the ones in place in Copenhagen. We do not really need to replace cars that use oil and petrol with electrical cars. We can use fewer cars in order not to congest the cities, not to pollute the cities, in order to replace parking spaces with parks. And the same happens in rural areas. When you're not a driver, when you do not drive a car because of old age or because of young age, you are stuck in your village. You are not able to get out. So public transport would be a solution there. There are also goods that are produced in such a way so that they need to be replaced soon after the warranty expires. This was good from the point of view of the labor market, but it is no longer sustainable. You spoke about electrical buses. We are a producer. Yes, indeed. Technologies for the energy transition are technologies that can be very well implemented in Poland, whether we speak about recuperation of energy, whether we speak about insulation, the windows that isolate very well. So Polish companies can actually benefit from the transition. Change has always been there. Change is the only thing that is truly constant. But the pace of change has become quicker. I think we all agree with that. And we should not block the creative destruction because it replaces the old with something that is new, better, more environmentally friendly, more energy efficient. We should support this constructive destruction. The future of Poland is not the future of coal mines because we don't really have that much coal left anymore. Our coal was competitive when miners were paid poorly, but now the cost of mining coal in Poland is too high. It makes no more sense. So fossil fuels are not really that attractive anymore. We do not want to pollute the air anymore. It costs money. Now we know this. Polluter pays. This is the principle, and this is not something that polluters like. And of course, we buy natural gas from Putin. That's true, but we buy less and less of it. We also buy less coal if we develop energy-efficient solutions. So we should also make sure that prices of energy-efficient solutions drop, because we want the global south to also afford such solutions. Do I have another minute to conclude? Well, thank you. So if you travel around the world, you go to Amsterdam, Copenhagen or Vienna, you like it, yes, because these are the cities that embarked upon energy transition. There is less car traffic, it's greener, it's nicer, much nicer than what we have here. And in villages, well, villages in rural areas should be all for energy transition because renewable energy sources are dispersed. They are freely available also in rural areas. In rural areas now we buy oil, petrol, energy, electricity from outside. So money goes to Putin's Russia or to the big cities. In the new energy model, this money will remain there in the rural areas, and the quality of energy, especially electricity in rural areas, is not very good. There are breaks in delivery, and sometimes the quality in terms of voltage is also, or stability is not very attractive. So this would improve. Gas is also very expensive. It is a consequence of the pandemic crisis and Russia's strategy and so on and so forth. But this only shows that we are very much dependent on fossil fuels, and we should depart from this old system. And the Nordic countries have better prices, and their systems and their energy grids look similarly to what we will have in a dozen of years or so. First, we need to invest in hydro generation of electricity, in wind generation of power, in solar panels, and then we will reap the fruit of this. And now I would like to ask Madam Zuzanna Trobczyńska-Hirsch, who is an architect, a painter, but she's also been working in Senegal during the past few years, restoring the historical monuments. And what could you tell us? What can we learn from the experience of communities such as communities that you work with in Senegal? So if you can just compare your experience in Senegal with your experience in France or in Poland. But you need to use a microphone. Well, it is a great pleasure for me to be able to share my own personal experience. And for 20 years, I have been working in Senegal, Saint-Louis in Senegal. It's part of the UNESCO World Heritage List since the year 2000. And since 2006, we are hearing about it being removed from the list because the restoration related conditions are still not complied with. So after so many years of work, I am beginning to understand why we have not been successful in Saint-Louis, Senegal. We carried out a stock-taking exercise. It took approximately 5 years, and I was responsible for it. We took stock of 1,400 buildings. Then a program was prepared, and it included also spatial planning and urban planning provisions necessary in order to protect this tissue. So this town has all the necessary instruments and tools necessary in order to act. The objective foreseen and longed for was to have Saint-Louis, which is an island, as glorious as it was in the past, in order for it to become a tourist destination. We managed to restore 40 buildings. I took part in the restoration of this building and this revitalization project, but still, and we also managed to restore the cathedral. It was the first church ever built in Western Africa. But after 15 years of carrying out these activities, we are not able to prevent such terrible buildings being erected along the same street on the same island. We restored 40 buildings, while at the same time approximately 200 or 250 such buildings were being built on the same island. There is also another problem. Old houses are being demolished. They are leveled, and approximately 300 have already been destroyed. So it is clearly understandable that this island, which was a consistent space from the point of view of architecture and spatial planning, is no longer representing the quality sufficient for it to be listed by UNESCO. So Saint Louis is being discussed more and more as a town that is under threat from climatic change. It is not famous as part of cultural heritage, it is more famous as the city being endangered. Many international conferences that take place in Africa but also worldwide, Saint Louis is mentioned more frequently than Venice because it is under imminent threat of being flooded. But when living there and when looking at the climate things from very close up, I realized that Saint Louis should not be presented as the first victim of global warming. Quite the contrary, it should be studied as a model of a city that's bioclimatic, because in its very assumption and design there are important elements in place, and there you can see the profiles or cross-cutting or cross-sections. You can see the morphology of the seabed and the landscape. Saint Louis Island is a sand dune on the Senegal River and is very close to the very mouth or the delta of the Senegal River. There is this very narrow patch of sand that separates the river from the ocean alongside the delta, but it offers only weak protection for the waves because it raises only 40 or 50% above the island. So Europeans settled here, and this is a place which is actually not very good for settlements. They selected this location because it was good for business, it was good for commerce, and it was also easily defended. So Saint Louis Island had to be constructed in such a way so that it would survive. Buildings may be demolished, but the island remains. During the colonial times or even during pre-colonial times, because there were settlements on Saint Louis, it was a trading spot for slaves. It was also a trading post later on. So in its very first period, this sand islands disappeared underwater. there are many floods in Senegal, and when it rains upstream, great volumes of water flood down the river after the raining season, so everything disappears. So since 1847 until 1890, this island was built to resemble a ship. It has banks and pillars on the side of the ocean, and it reinforced the island. It is long and narrow. It is 3 kilometers long, 200 to 300 meters wide. And here we can see the embankments, bridges, and the groin. And this line that divides from the ocean is the line of the sand dune. In that period, rules were put in place which prohibited construction on the sand dune. And it was also reinforced by planting phylaeus trees that have very strong roots, and they keep sand in place. So they stabilize the sand dune. This island was also well designed from a climate point of view. We speak a lot about climate, architecture, and there are towns and cities in the world which were built with such principles in mind. This island was built in such a way. Buildings on this island are erected on wet sand. Sand is always wet throughout the year. So the main problem would be to remove the water from the walls so they're not moist all the time. We also had to offer airing corridors. There are 34 streets which are corridors for the wind and allow to air the island in order to remove the humidity, the moist, from the buildings. At Saint Louis, and you can see the picture here, so this is the picture which shows this erosion and this enormous threat. You can see right in front the former sand dune which protects the island that is behind it. So now the sand dune has become urbanized. 60,000 people live there and 7,000 people live on the island. It is surrounded by a very big African metropolis, 300,000 to 400,000 residents. So this Langue de Barbarie, the sand dune, has been constructed upon by fishermen.
Już może byśmy prosić trochę przyspieszenie.
Dobrze, już przyspieszę. W każdym bądź razie, jeżeli zniknęła plaża,
So
dlatego że jeszcze
the beach has disappeared. 20 years ago there was a beach here. It was 200, 300 meters long. Right now this beach has disappeared because
cały beton, cały piasek został.
sand was used in order to produce cement
Tutaj można
and concrete blocks.
dlatego
So you can see that during the colonial times, two machines were foreseen and they were to clean the bottom of the river. So this is no longer taken care of, and the structures are growing. And if we think about what is better for the city, the Green Deal or developmental agenda, really what is better fitting is a concept of cities that translate the problems into the strengths, and they can continue to develop. And why do I think that Saint Louis is such a model? Right now, we think it is already too late to save Saint Louis, because if indeed the level of water in oceans raises, this island will simply disappear. It cannot be a sea island. But right now it is a laboratory where we can actually perform tests. There is quite a big number of people who are interested, including myself, in constructing houses that would actually be appropriate for this climate. And would you be so kind as to conclude? Yes, very quickly. Referring to the materials we use. Right now, we use the local clay in order to produce bricks with a very small element of cement in it. They have a very good index, thermal index. So these are structures where we make sure that gardens or patios are covered by sand in order to give space for water to be removed, and a few sources of inspiration from Africa. For example, what we can see on this picture here, in the bottom there is a whole series of very small wooden houses and shacks. They ended up here because they were used during construction of the railroad. And there is a very creative way in which they were used, moved higher up during floods, and they could still be used. There are ideas also to build higher up. It is very important to find inspiration in how this island survived for over 2 centuries in order to be able to continue building, because Saint Louis is in the mouth of the river, and we need to find a way that would enable it to survive. Okay, so some closing remarks, if you could. Yes, when it comes to water and to providing various supplies, sometimes you do not have running waters for 3 days, sometimes you do not have electricity. we all prepay for electricity. We do not pay for electricity at the end of the month,
Programujemy oszczędności.
and we can plan our savings. No, in Senegal we first pay €5 and then we can use €5 worth of energy.
Korzystamy z tego. No więc tutaj głównie na tych...
And here
Nie ma czasu, żeby...
well, we have no time to discuss it, but we can see our attempts to find ways that would enable us to build walls that would provide shade
Ukrywać jakieś dodatkowe piętro, bo teraz
or hide an additional floor, because these structures are becoming higher and higher. We want to increase floor space without
elewacji.
destroying the facade.
Na zakończenie
And at the end, I would just like to say that we prepared a textbook
pozwala znak
which makes it possible for people to learn about the main problems of this architecture, and we could also understand how it could be transformed.
Teraz
Thank you very much.
poproszę o zabranie głosu.
May I hand it over to Cezary Czemplik from the All Polish Union of Natural Construction. Would you please tell us how we should build and rebuild and revamp in order to
Oznaczał poprawę jakości życia.
in order to make sure that the quality of life is improved by what we have built? Thank you very much. Let me just come back to this original question. Can we return to natural solutions, be it in Poland, in Europe, or in the global south? Next to the technological hard narrative of reducing carbon footprint, we need also a romantic vision. We need to remember the identity of a Polish architecture, the Polish Tudor wall, and the 19th century and 20th century modernism, our heritage of modernism that was then adjusted to the needs of socialism. And I think that the past should be the key for reconciliation of the needs of a local community and the aspiration to preserve needs social planning. We are now rediscovering the merits of the pre-war construction. We are now fighting climate change, and together we should really try to come up with new standards. This was probably already widely discussed in the pre-war time, and also in some modernist strand of the socialist city planning. So here we see that in the past, local materials with low carbon footprint were widely used, and also, for instance, allotment plots and other plots that provided nourishment to a many generations family. And my family has such a small allotment plot. It continues to grow and produce, and it is now very trendy because young people, hipster generation, discovered the merit of growing on vegetable in elevated plots of land, and they started thinking about growing their own food and learning about growing food, which is what I learned being a student's trainee, and when I was traveling across the country to familiarize myself with local practices and local solutions in practice. So I think that climate education should be mainstreamed in the decision-making process. What kind of living do we choose for ourselves? Do we go for ready-made solutions by various investors, or can we invent something new? We have the problem of energy poverty in Poland, which is a development barrier for some of our society. In the Clean Air program, which tries to stem smog in cities, is a climate program, reducing emissions and reducing negative impact on climate exerted by city inhabitants. And as much as 62% of the inhabitants of Poland, whose average income is smaller than 1,000 zlotys per head, is excluded from any credit facilities, so they cannot take out loans to modernize something or to pay the bills. So the Stop Smog program that was initiated as a national program is now a local governmental program, very difficult to be implemented in practice, because it is going to affect those least willing citizens who nevertheless need to have their basic needs satisfied. So, on the one hand, people are victims of cheap, hard coal back under socialism, where we were not preoccupied at all how we fire our and how we insulate our homes, what kind of energy we use. So we have very many buildings and houses that are entirely run down. The question is if it's worthwhile to modernize them, and whether at the end of the day they will be even more carbon intensive. So if we use brick or other prefabricated components, won't we enhance climate change and global warming? The house of Zbyszek Ściana, co-financed by an NGO, the NGO offering accessible loans of 150,000 zlotys, which allowed people to build accessible houses with support of local communities. So what is widely available is straw, is the stems of linen and of other plants, and we often hear that this is not a very lasting and durable building materials such as straw. Nevertheless, here you have a building that is made of straw bricks. There is a legend that the first straw brick edifice in Canada was built by Polish immigrants. So such building satisfies the needs of the circular economy. So even if it is to be dismantled after 100 years, it will be fully regenerated. We also have old technologies such as the hemp chaff, and we have Polish innovation in this respect. And we need to rethink the harvester for hemp harvesting and find such technologies that will improve isolation properties of hemp chaff. And I would say that the young people tend to build entrepreneurship in a market that is not regulated at all, so it costs a wealth of money to obtain all the permits and all the positive views. And we have grassroots initiatives, Good Home or Lawrence, and they prepare prefabricated straw and chaff components for the construction of houses, ready-made houses. So they provide the whole building blocks for such houses, and these are like social cooperatives, so they are preoccupied about working conditions. They enhance the duration of the construction season in this country. And what is interesting is that we can also employ those those technologies to modernize and insulate and improve energy efficiency of existing housing stock. So, of course, we can use polyurethane or we can insulate walls with straw insulation, and then a family house can accumulate from 15 to 20 tons of CO2 using organic matter and organic building materials. The Polish construction companies work in Germany, revamping, insulating, and also they are active in Poland, building houses from bricks of straw. And I would say that we are very much advanced in this respect, because in Krakow's Institute of Building Materials we had our straw buildings tested, and we proved to be market leaders, as we used to be offering clay technology beforehand. And now we need to rediscover this wealth of knowledge and usher in those technologies again. And this is done in partnership with new guidelines, new manuals for European professionals about straw bale building, using also traditional clay blocks and bricks. And we do hope that building materials such as hemp chaff or straw bales will be widely available on the Polish market soon. The common denominator when we speak about Polish rural areas, but also the global south, is that building must be done in community centers with the support of local communities, with the local people who associate themselves in cooperatives and in other fora. So this is done also by the users of the houses, inhabitants themselves, who invest their own physical effort to get the investment completed. We need new architecture, new architectural patterns that will be appealing and eye-pleasing. We can go traditional way, or we can take a modern approach, but what is possible to be obtained can be presented in a very modern way. And Poland could be well a leader in this type of construction. The process may be very fast. France, the Netherlands and Belgium showed the boom for such construction projects after the legislation has been relaxed and new fire protection standards were laid down. So from to 20 constructions per year. We have up to 2,000 per year. Upstraw project allows to build massive public buildings like sports building, sports center, community center, or a monastery using straw bale technology, as the technology that has a future for it. Thank you very much. Can we get connected with Sheila Patel again to see her on the screen? Well, the presentations took it somewhat longer, so we have 25 minutes left for discussion, but could I ask each of you panelists whether you would like to briefly wrap up this session. I invite you to be succinct, and if you have any comments to the preceding speakers, you are welcome to offer them now. Sheila, would you like to comment on the preceding speakers?
Well, I have enjoyed them very much. They each bring very, very different ideas and possibilities. The presentation from Senegal reminded me that most 18th, 17th, and 19th century colonial capitals in the global south were on the sea for trading. And we are all facing serious challenges of coastal tides and huge informal settlements in low-lying areas, destruction of marshlands, which is related to the discussion about how do you do nature-based solutions. And the other big challenge that we face is that the planning processes which are producing metropolitan areas. My city in Mumbai has 18 million people living in the metropolitan region, and 2/3 of it is on the seashore. So it's a big challenge to look at coastal cities and their hinterlands and to find solutions at scale for such projects where there's so much deficit, and the kind of solutions for construction have to be multiplied by 1 million because of the volume of material that you need. So we have a very big challenge when you listen to these things, and we can't do it country by country somehow. And I would actually enjoy listening to our friend who is a physicist, I could not pronounce his name, that science and technology have a very big role to play, and they have to democratize the access to make it available to everybody. So we have a very big challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcin Popkiewicz. Any comment? Well, I was following the slides from Senegal, from Saint Louis, and I remembered the report by IPC published a month ago. You mentioned the 18th, 19th century. Saint Louis withstood 100 or 200 years, and in the most optimistic scenario where we cut emissions by 2050 and then we absorb CO2 from atmosphere, the level of seas will increase by 2 meters. I'm from Gdańsk. I was born in Gdańsk. I think about my harbor city of Gdańsk. We will have to defend Gdańsk. Instead of beaches, we will have concrete installations, because we hear that the sea level might go up to to a dozen or so meters, and then we will not defend our city of Gdańsk. As for the buildings, especially the straw buildings, this was very nice. We don't need plastic, we need module technologies and natural building materials, and then it goes quicker. We prefabricate certain modules based on straw bales or any other thing, and When we build a building, human labor is a huge cost. If people stay on the building site for months and months, it will be very expensive. Whereas if we have machinery assembling prefabricated components on site and people help out because they know this is going to be their own house, the potential will be immense. Yes, precisely. At present, well, the prefabricated manufacturing was shown on a film that could not be kicked off here. But this is indeed the way to go, because natural materials are available. Clay, straw is affordable, unlike plastics or construction timber, which unfortunately is also employed massively without any potential control. So we will try to identify new construction components to replace the framework made of steel or concrete or of timber, because the prices of timber and the pressure of switching into emission-free construction will make very costly, very constructive. We also need to consider how not to incinerate, not to combust biomass, but to keep it and process it as insulation, as any other means, because every square meter of organic matter in a building will be our deposit and our capture of CO2. And the most recent reports by ICCC indicated that agri-production and the use of byproducts will help us to capture CO2 much faster than forests and woods traditionally do. So the cycle of CO2 capturing should be quickened. And now your comment about other remarks. Yes, what Sheila said, the energy poverty, if we manage to handle the challenges of people who need to modernize their houses and improve their thermal properties or performance, and need to pay smaller bills for electricity and utilities, we, as Europe, if we have some practical solutions, we will make them available to the global south. And on the other hand, we can draw on your experience in the global south, because you have various places in Israel. They still continue to have kibbutz communities, which put together communities in very dire circumstances, where they still generate energy, produce food, or in other extreme places. Certain solutions may spring up that will fit into the European problems as well. And as much as the Netherlands had to fight floods, and we had Dutch settlements in the Greater Poland region, we may have climatic migrants in Europe in the future, and they may be carriers of new solutions to support our struggle with climate change. And Zuzana, what is your comment on other statements? Would you please like to use the microphone? Well,
skonfrontowały mi się dwa zdania. Wpływ mieszkańców na klimat.
Impact of inhabitants on climate. Beforehand, we had the reversed situation, the impact on climate on inhabitants. And now it is us that are a potential threat. And Of course, in some locations where climate used to be extreme, human beings were trying to accommodate themselves. And now there is a change of paradigm. Now we see ourselves in a different role, in a different setting. It seems to me that the local knowledge at present is most precious and valuable, and the drawing on the well-tried and tested technologies, methods. Well, the knowledge about such methods should be spread, and at present everything needs to be innovative. Everything should be an innovation. But I would say that the tried and tested urban systems, construction methods, or ban on settling on certain grounds, everything dictated by the years of experience will be of crucial importance for us today. Coming back to Senegal and also to the Dutch settlements in Poland, as it was mentioned. Well, I don't know how we fend ourselves off the Atlantic. We are funded by the World Bank, and we try to create new groins to protect us from the sea waves. And also there were so many mistakes that are being committed, like the spit of sand that was intersected. And I think this was, and I think that this was a bad idea. We have the Vistula spit project to have it intersected, but this is a fatal situation, dramatic situation in Senegal, because the ocean spills over. And we invited renowned Dutch experts who told us radically that we should pull down all the houses built on the spit, wait for 15 years. Perhaps the sea could rebuild the spit, the dunes. Then we should plant the trees that would keep the sand with their root systems. And of course, it will take incredible courage. And actually, the experts from the Netherlands were dismissed. And whatever they had to say to us was not an innovation. This was a grounded knowledge which was available back in 1840, when there was a ban on construction on the dune issued for the very first time. So in a nutshell, I think that we should also look into tradition and draw on the experiences of the systems that proved to be effective on a local scale.
Tutaj też dziękuję bardzo za wspomnienie o tym, że właśnie często tak patrzymy na innowacje.
Well, thank you very much. When we look at innovation, and Polish is one of the languages where innovation is associated with something new. So maybe we should think about the language we use more carefully, because we should not ignore the old. So instead of innovation, maybe we should look for something that is in oldvation, looking for things that already pre-existed. And before we close, I have a number of questions that I would like to ask our panelists. Asking Mr. Popkiewicz, when we discuss about renewable energy sources, very often we hear about how do we reconcile with renewable energy sources with stability of energy supplies. Oh well, I have said that the future system of energy grids will be fed with energy. So, okay, atomic energy, wind and sun are sustainable, but now we use fossil fuels which are dug from underground and we can use them whenever we want. So it's true, there is a problem of storage of energy. Well, for example, if we think of a combustion engine, only 20% of the energy of the fossil fuel is propelling the engine and the rest is being wasted. Similarly, when we heat a building, if we compare using natural gas to a pump that pumps water from deep underground, we will see that it is much more efficient. Electricity and powering by electricity is efficient. So, of course, there is the question of differences between the time when the energy is produced and the time when the demand is at its peak. So we need to store energy. And we need services. When we build more energy efficient vehicles and buildings, we will also consume less energy. If we have an energy efficient house, if we have an electrical vehicle, and if we have cities such as Copenhagen, and if the life cycle of the appliances we use is longer, we need less energy. And all energy sources that are on big scale have its own problems. Even atomic energy and wind farms large wind farms have big problems, and so on and so forth. So the best thing is to reduce our energy consumption. And then we will need less energy. So I'm a physicist specializing in atomic energy, so I like to dwell on this subject, but there are other sources. Storage of energy, that's problematic because we can store electricity for short periods using batteries, but that is only sustainable for short-term storage. However, when we generate energy from sun and from wind, it would be a good thing not to waste it. So, for example, we could produce hydrogen, and hydrogen could be used to store energy. And there is also biomass. This is a very vast topic. It has some positive and some negative aspects. It's a topic for a very, very long debate. However, you can do biomass in a stupid way, or you can use it in a smart way. In Poland, we did it in a stupid way because we were using wood, but you can do it in a smart way. You can use manure, you can use wastewater, so you can have biogenic methods used. So biogas plants will also be used in our new circular economy, and this will be a source of energy at our disposal whenever we need it. So methane and of course carbon dioxide are part of biogas, but if you produce biomethane, this could be the source of energy when there is no sun or wind available. That is a good approach, but gas is just a form in which we can find certain chemical components. When we say gas, we usually think about natural gas, and that is actually connected with emissions. However, we can use other more environmentally friendly gases, such as biomethane. So there is no wind, there is no sun. We use zero emission gases. And in order to make sure that you understand this, we need heat storage. For example, at a house right now, when it is cold, we need to heat our house up. So we start up our energy source. But when it is all electrified, sometimes we have a lot of energy from sun or wind, and sometimes there is no wind, no sun, and we have to use other sources, so gas. And when we need heat, well, first of all, our homes should be well insulated and energy efficient, and I have already mentioned that we can cut our heat demand to 1/4, but we could store heat in water or maybe in other forms, a big hole in the ground with water, for example, just to simplify this. So there is a lot of sun, a lot of wind. We heat this water up with heat pump or with some other forms. So then we have the hot water we can use to heat houses. Sometimes there is no sun, no wind, and then we can have access to our zero emission gases when we need electricity. And of course, we use cogeneration, so we use waste in order to generate heat and electricity, which means we do not have to store energy for long periods. So considering that we have two basic energy sources, that is sun and wind, we know it's seasonal and it changes. We have more sun in the summer and more wind in the winter. If we calculate this on average, we see that we have renewable energy sources available throughout the year. So the most or the longest period for which we need to store energy is about 2 weeks. And then we would have to have auxiliary or emergency energy sources that would be gas, zero emission gas. Sorry, we press for time. So another question to Cezary Czemplik. When we depart from CO2 emissions, we often hear about more natural construction, more traditional construction. In some countries, even skyscrapers are built out of wood. So how to move from cement and concrete buildings to wooden buildings while not facing the problem of deforestation? Well, I believe that we can reconcile this. The difference between wooden buildings that are then filled with insulation made of natural materials, we have to say that we can save approximately 100 tons of CO2 emissions during the construction period. So that is one positive aspect. Then the wood that we have at our disposal can be reclaimed for construction. We have innovation such as multi-layer wood. We also have very high standards and expectations when it comes to quality of wood. However, the problem that we are faced with in Poland is to obtain high-quality wood. In the past, we were building from moist wood. Now, the standards in force require us to build from very dry wood, also of high quality. And most of the wood should be used for construction, and we should not use wood as an energy source, as biomass. There are solutions currently developed at universities which would increase the multi-layer wood that is glued together to be used to a greater extent, and then we could also use wooden products, because from one piece of wood we could actually use everything. We could use it in different ways. Sometimes it will be simply a wooden plank, the rest could be used for multi-layer wood products, and then there is also other solutions which would make it possible for us to get rid of certain glues that are not biodegradable. Right now, we presume that wood would be used as biomass. However, when wood is used in construction, we should always know that we should be able to have a biodegradable waste. Buildings thus should be freed of toxic substances that would be pollutants. They should also not use too many metal elements, nails, and
To jest jeden element, a drugi element, który musi być
such things. And another element that is necessary for big buildings,
od traktowania powierzchni
we should stop treating wooden or organic surfaces as something that is not fire resistant. Sometimes people are afraid to use wood as structures, especially when it is exposed.
zabezpieczenia ich farbami ogniochłonnymi.
Even if we use fire-resistant paints. In the West, when we see wooden buildings with exposed wooden structures that are fire-resistant structures, we of course also need to ensure long enough time for building to be evacuated when it is on fire. So the structure can burn slowly, however, it will never be there will never be an open fire.
Także będziemy mieć tutaj rozwiązania uzupełniające, oparte o płyty kartonowo-gipsowe.
The clay structures, for example, a clay product which would make it possible for us to protect wood in a sustainable way. At the same time, the building will be able to breathe if we use this word. And I believe that we have solutions and capacity to resolve this. And now the question goes to Sheila Patel. To what extent the experience that has been gathered in countries such as yours can be used in Europe? In other words, what can we learn in Europe from your experience? What your achievements could be included as part of our activities?
Well, I can't say 1, 2, 3 what would be there, but the reality is that our upper income groups imitate what you do in Europe. The technologies they adopt, the systems of construction, most of the European architects come and build the 100-story buildings that are completely unsustainable in our country. So I think a lot of changes that you make to produce more sustainable materials might be useful for better off. But the example I want to give you is that in relationship to something that happened recently. Floods in Europe, floods in Germany recently and in other places killed 100 people, and there were millions of euros spent on them. Increasingly in South Asia, there are systems to evacuate thousands upon thousands of people. So while there's a lot of destruction of their homes, lives are not lost. So if we actually begin to become familiar with the things that each country does, and then adapt the things that we can use, it transforms the way we think. So for instance, I was listening to this conversation about multiple uses of fuel. I think that the energy crisis in the southern countries can be leapfrogged, just like they did when mobile phones came. More southern people use more technology for mobile phones because 85 to 90% people didn't have regular phones because that just wasn't accessible. It excluded them. So I think new technology, when it's designed, everybody has an obligation to make its fundamental science and technology universally available for public good. Because it is, like we see now, the privatization of vaccines and privatization of knowledge has produced deep divisions and exclusions in the world. So even earlier, in the earlier session that you had, there was this discussion about whether if there's a competition and some interesting ideas come, should it be made available to the public? It's a very interesting debate. What should scientists do when they produce new knowledge? What should people who are in data science do when they find new algorithms? Should they be sold to the private sector? Should they be made available to public? These are all things that we have to think of if we think we live in the same world. But today we are living in very different worlds. So I was telling you again, 2 billion people have nothing to do with the discussions you are having. Your science doesn't reach them, your technology will not reach them, this discussion will not reach them. It needs to be different. So how do we bridge these divides? What do we learn from what we are doing? We don't know because we don't know your world. I don't know if that answers your question, Human.
Dziękuję bardzo. I do pani Zuzanny Trąbczyńskiej.
Thank you very much. And Madam Strączyńska-Hirszy, I know that time for our panel has come to an end, but just very briefly, you could tell us a little bit about what, apart from the general thought of drawing from the past, we could learn from Senegal and its experience. Well, before I respond to this question, let me say that there is a certain element of justice, because we hear that our discussion sometimes irrelevant for the global south or for the poorest, but there is some justice because the climate of the south is different. So I believe that when it comes to energy, here we need to heat buildings, we need to create thermal energy, and countries of the global south do not have this problem. So there is a whole plethora of elements, insulation, windows, because in the south you do not really need to insulate houses, you do not need to glaze windows. And then you have natural ventilation. I'm trying to consider an answer to your very, very concrete question. What can we learn? I do not think that these are very, very concrete or very specific solutions. However, maybe we could learn something from the way of thinking. Workshops that we organize in Africa would be very valuable, because in Africa there is still not enough workshops offered on clay as used in construction of buildings. So we should work together, we should evolve together. We cannot probably transfer knowledge directly because of different conditions, but we can work together in different parts of the globe, sharing our way of thinking, inspiring others. So I think this would be the biggest enrichment, because then we each one would have to find and come up with local solutions. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we have to end our panel. However, I had a question from the room. Now, how about heat pumps and geothermal solutions? No time for that, but this is one of the areas for development and one of the solutions that make it possible for us to see that things may look somewhat different to what we imagine. And we may see that Father Tadeusz Rydzyk is a pioneer when it comes to Green Deal in Poland before it was ever announced, because he was hoping to use European funds in order to have access to thermal waters underground. Two persons from outside Europe are part of our discussion because in the context of discussions today, we should not only look at things as people who are concerned about Polexit and not being part of the European Union anymore. Worldwide, if we consider ourselves, we are one of the developed countries, and we could work together with partners from outside Europe, and this could be a path for us to strengthen our position within the EU. It could also help us to not be under domination of other powers, and finally to be treated as an equal partner that can contribute to future growth and development. So we could use the situation and the changes not as a threat, but as an opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank our panelists, our moderator. We have concluded this very important part of our Congress. Warsaw of today will probably not be a city of the future. This is probably an outdated model of city growth. We could talk about this next year. Our lunch break is shorter compared to yesterday and the day before yesterday. We only have 45 minutes because we have to be on time with our final event of the day, and that is the award ceremony for the Courage and Veracity Medal. But before we do that, after lunch, we will think about how to reclaim lost and stolen art, and our sponsors are
A partnerzy główni kongresu to Fundacja KGHM Polska Miedź, Totalizator Sportowy, Fundacja Orlen, Bank PKO SA, Agencja Rozwoju Przemysłu SA, Fundacja Agencji Rozwoju Przemysłu. I partnerzy kongresu Grupa Lotos, Narodowy Instytut Wolności, Centrum Rozwoju Społeczeństwa Obywatelskiego, Fundacja Banku Gospodarstwa Krajowego, Giełda Papierów Wartościowych w Warszawie, Polska Grupa Energetyczna, Polskie Górnictwo Naftowe i Gazownictwo, Poczta Polska, Zamek Królewski i Hotel Regent. Wszystkim bardzo dziękuję i do zobaczenia za 45 minut. Szanowni Państwo, to jest ten czas, kiedy
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join us and take your seats?
zawsze jest tak, że piątek jest dniem, gdzie
I know that
leniwie, a niedziela jest tym dniem,
Friday is the day where the time is passing by lazily, whereas on Sunday our time is rushing. But please join us for the next two panel sessions and then the presentation ceremony of courage, and veracity. We have been joined by Deputy Prime Minister Piotr Gliński and Minister of Culture, National Heritage and Sports. Also, I want to recall the sponsorship of this conference. Our strategic partners are PKO BP and their foundation, PZU and their foundation, and the chain partners is KGHM, Orlen Foundation, PKSO, Agency for Development of Industry, and the Lotus Group, as well as the National Center for Development of Civil Society, Foundation of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, PG Energy Group, Polish Oil and Gas Mining, Polish Post, the Royal Castle of Warsaw, and the Regent Hotel. If we speak about recovery of stolen and looted works of art, Poles would not realize that there was a need to do so. And Vistula, the river flowing and rolling its waters close to the royal castle, and it in a way unearthed very important works of art looted from the royal castle of Warsaw and from the old town in Warsaw, which were loaded on the barges and to be moved to Sweden. And this illustrated the numbers of warfare, conflicts, where also our national heritage was a victim. So the pillaging, the looting of the works of art was felt very acutely on Polish soil. And this is what we are going to discuss. So may I invite our panelists for this session, Tomasz Dziwiński, who represents the department in the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage that is in charge of restitution and recovery of the looted works of art, and Robert Kudelski, a researcher into this aspects and the director of the communications department in PKO BP. I will be the moderator of this meeting, and I think that the very first question to be asked of a representative of the Ministry of Culture is what kind of success can you claim for yourselves in recent years, and how many priceless works of art you managed to recover? So yes, let me introduce myself precisely. And I'm Tomasz Dziwiński, the Department of Restitution of Goods of Culture in the Department of Recovery of War Losses in the Ministry of Culture. We recovered more than 500 works of art that were lost in World War II from the territories of present-day Poland, and especially important collection of Ethnographic Museum of Lodz. And year in, year out, we recover other objects of art, and there are a number of ongoing restitution cases in 11 countries outside Poland, so there is a massive potential for recovery. I would say that even my grandchildren can continue in the same footsteps, because there is so much work to be done. Yes, during our today's panel, we see various graphic representations in the background, and these are the works of art presented back by the PKO BP. So what is the shape of a curve when we speak about recovery of the stolen work of art? Well, it is like a linear growth, because we are more and more successful in identifying lost works of art aided by technology, which helps us a lot in the recovery and identification of looted works of art, and the section for restitution of works of art is increasing as well in terms of human resources, because we need more and more staff. And what are the modern methods that you employ? Well, we use the methods that will allow us to quicker identify stolen works of art. Digitization, the internet allows researchers to have access to the wealth of knowledge available on the internet and in digitized resources. So we furnish the ministry quicker with all information about objects lost and looted in the World War II. Auctions, internet auctions, digitization of auctions makes it more easily available to get information. So this is better. Yes, in a way, it is better for us because we have a quicker access. We identify a work that is one of those lost during World War II. So technology supports us in our identification and search. Nevertheless, the volume of digitized material resources in national and international archives it is extremely difficult to find individual objects, so it is thanks to eyewitness accounts and other testimonies that we may find traces leading us to the object and to recovery. Of course, we are heavily supported by technology, but it is all about people. Yes, and the identification of a lost object of art is the very beginning of a recovery process, restitution process that is lengthy, difficult, and that needs to be done discreetly. So the technology and the tools that we have at hand allows us to start with identification. So this is a lengthy process, but you were also speaking about the researchers and researchers community. Have you employed them in your ministry, or are they private individuals, private informers who allow you to look at an object that you are unaware of? Well, our department is not a big department. Our section is not a big section, but we heavily rely on the information provided by the outside experts, and they are very much our strength. We cooperate with the historians of art, with musea staff, with those in charge of conservation of art, and they help us in identification and then in the restitution process. For instance, if someone is specializing in conservation of works of art and one goes abroad to prepare a certain object of art for auctioning, and it is identified as a Polish work of art, and then we can start the whole procedure. And what would you say, how big was the gap in the Polish cultural heritage that was inflicted on us because of pillaging, looting? Sometimes the heirs and the successors of certain collections have passed away. Can you measure and gauge what was the size of our cultural losses because of World War II? Well, the work was started in the 40s of the 20th century, but somehow we stopped gauging the losses, and we can say roughly, in very rough and ready terms, that Poland lost like 0.5 million of works of art, meaning the works of art that were created in the 19th century. Now the paradigm has shifted, and the products and works produced at the beginning of the 20th century also merit attention. So this doesn't have have to be an heirloom, some ancient object. The work of art is like a deponent and carrier of a national remembrance, heritage. It is part of the heritage or inheritance of a family. It might have been endowed to a museum, and in that sense the volume of losses is much bigger. Private households that lost so many objects in World War II, now in the wartime. Well, this is also a massive scale, so probably we should take a different look at the losses inflicted on us by warfare. Perhaps it could run into millions of objects that were lost, that were looted. And of course, in the immediate after-war era, it was extremely difficult to collate various testimonies, eyewitness accounts, describing the size of our losses from private owners and from public institutions. So it is extremely difficult to measure the scale of this harm inflicted on us. How many of them were actually destroyed or lost in air raids, in fire, in war operations? Well, it's difficult to say. As we work on the recovery of works of art, we find things missing. For instance, the certificates or any other documents identifying the identity of a work of art. And yet, of course, in the recovery process, we must be working in strict compliance of the law. And sometimes we recover objects that were not listed as missing in the wake of warfare, and yet we discover certain objects that we were unaware of. So we know that pre-war collections, private collections, were not really described, were not photographed, were not recorded in any solid way. And those shortages, those insufficiency of documentation at hand is a big obstacle. Is there anything that we await impatiently right now, something that was identified and confirmed by research? And is there anything in the horizon to be expecting very soon? Well, we are not describing things that are in the pipeline, ongoing. We would not like to compromise on our chances of recovering works of art, because we are underpinned in our activity by the international law, Polish law, but also national law of laws of other countries. We also need to discuss with the proprietors of such works. And here the minister is the person eligible to engage in such negotiations and discussions for recovery. And let me reverse your question without revealing information about the objects to be recovered soon, because with 500,000 works of art lost or looted in the warfare in World War II, all of them are very important. Looking at the resources of our largest museums in Poland, if we compare what we have as artifacts in our musea and what we have recovered, we could have created Poland's richest and most diversified museum filled with only recovered works, paintings by Rubens, Rembrandt, Raphael, Santi, and many other painters, artists of international renown all across the world. And this tells you volumes about the scale of the losses. So, talking about what was looted, what was pillaged, we should not count it in numerical terms. Numerical terms may be appealing to some of you, but maybe we should discuss the value, the economic value of the pillaged works of Polish culture, not only of art but of culture, and it runs into 800 billion Polish zlotys, as massive as that. And about the quality and the value of those works of art, and brushing those qualitative and quantitative benchmarks aside, this is just the immense part of our heritage. Yes, and speaking about the recovered works of art, they were the most recent recoveries were restituted to the National Museum in Warsaw. Yes, and you were saying that the recovery process is lengthy and very complex. What is the time horizon on average, and what are the main difficulties about? Well, the timeline is from several weeks to dozens of years or more. There were cases that were pending for so many years. Apparently, simple cases founded on negotiations and goodwill of the opposite party, but it may take quite a long to negotiate the equitable decision operating in full compliance of law. And in practical terms, any of the experts that cooperate with you, are they searching across the internet and looking at the ongoing auctions to find the particular piece of a work of art that you were looking for? And then whom do they call and who is engaged? Well, the first thing is to identify, to find the work of art. Internet auctions allow us to research into massive internet resources, which is supported by modern information technology tools. Then we want to notify the proprietor that the work of art is actually Polish lost work of art looted in war. And this is the notification stage. Then we start to negotiate with proprietors, asking them for voluntary return of an object. We cooperate with various agencies like the FBI, Carabinieri in Italy, many partners with whom we work and who assist us. And we as the ministry lead the process stage by stage until conclusion. And what percentage of works of art have been bought back by the state, and what works of art were donated by friendly people? Well, it's like 50-50 split. Some objects are held by private owners, some are parts of public collections in a state, and those two procedures are very distinct. I won't get into too much of detail, but identification of a work of art held privately abroad requires in-depth analysis of the legal system that is in place. Yes, so these are huge amounts, as I can imagine. Yes, sometimes these are incredibly high amounts, but the role of institutions that are functioning here, like the companies owned by the state treasury that were numerously involved in various cases, they are very supportive. PKO Bank Polski, the Polish bank, this is the institution where I'm employed, and that from the very outset has been supporting the development of Polish culture and also the recovery process to allow Polish culture to regain what was lost. PKO BP, I can reveal this fact, was supporting the recovery of Chopin's manuscripts, and the funds that are employed to this end are very extensive. We are deeply engaged in this process, and we will do our utmost and provide additional funds and resources to make sure that our national heritage is recovered and is displayed to the public, available to the public. You won't realize that, but a few years ago, PKO BP supported the renovation work of the famous painting, the Battle of Tannenwald, and we have very few institutions that would be as engaged as we are. So maybe every section could of your bank, every branch of your bank could have a small gallery with the copies of works that you helped to recover. You see that we present the works of modern art, a very big collection that is acquired by PKO BP. Let me just state more precisely, as people who take part in the restitution of property, the ministry itself is not buying back those works of art because we consider that the state treasury is the owner of works of art. But sometimes you need to pay for the recovered work. No, this is not what we do. We can bear the costs of recovery, upkeep and maintenance, and there are dedicated areas where we request for financial support, especially if we want to promote a given thematic area, and if this is important. And very often donors come up in great numbers to help us to recover. And no, it is not that we have such a succession of donors. The donors do not buy back our works of art. They can only restore the prices. But if a painting was to be auctioned off in New York worth of billions of US$, you need to lay down certain funds. Well, we may support the purchase of a work of art that used to be part of Polish collections and now has been bought by someone else, and we want to bring it back to Poland. But this is not the recovery of the looted work of art. So this is the difference. And we, of course, participate in both procedures, and funds are sometimes used in order to enrich our Polish collections. You said that this is a long-standing procedure. Does the time work to our benefit? Because we commemorate new anniversaries of the outbreak of World War II, and would time work to our benefit? Well, it's a difficult question. Time is running, and sometimes to our detriment, certain works of art are moved over to another location. Sometimes people are not very vocal about what they have, especially if they have suspicion that this is a looted looted work of art. Sometimes such works of art are subject to black market policies, and they are in the grey zone of the economy. They are not duly renovated, they are not duly maintained. So time would be working to their detriment. And we can only benefit from more extensive IT technologies and broader access to information about resources in various countries. So the search effort is facilitated. And also time contributes to the value of works of art. Nevertheless, after decades from the cessation of World War II, it would be good to make sure that this 500,000 of looted works of art should be presented to the public at large. Well, I beg to differ. We try to reverse this to our advantage, and Albert Delfeld's painting, recovered on the 14th September by the National Museum of Warsaw, and it was found in Poland, in the attic of some decrepit house in Poland, and the restitution procedure was launched, and in spite of lapse of time, such works of art can be identified. So there is a hope in it. Thank you. Another question, a difficult question. I have recently found the most recent report from the Supreme Court of Auditors in Poland on the looted works of art, and the report has it that the state failed to come up with a restitution strategy, and that the ministry is not cooperating well with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What has changed in this respect? Well, a lot has changed. There was a new law on restitution of national works of culture, and this provided for new regulations describing the competence of the Minister of Culture, Minister of Foreign Affairs. We also doubled our own human resources in charge of recovery, and our cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been provided for in the secondary legislation, where the responsibilities of Minister of Culture have been enumerated, and the area of support has been left to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So this is really a good remedy, I think. And what is your take on that? Well, I know that the activities that were undertaken in most recent years, thanks to the growing realization of the losses that we have suffered in the wake of World War II, thanks to the support of the Ministry of Culture, well, I do hope that the number of recovered works of art will be growing, and that the past will not, that the ongoing time will not act to our detriment. Myself, as a representative of PKO BP, I stand ready to support you. I know that other companies with the shareholding of the state treasury will probably also be eager to help to make sure that we recover what we have lost.
Well, if young people are listening to our discussion, they may wonder, why should we spend so much money? Everything is available online. Without going to Lisbon, Budapest, Paris, we can actually see all the museum on a computer screen at the highest possible quality. So what is the point if we look at recovery from this point of view? Contact with art through a computer screen or online is very different. You do not feel the aura, you do not feel the emotion, and being in direct contact with such objects of art is a whole new, different thing. And it is not true that museums are becoming virtual. It is not true. It is just one of the options. And People who visit museum want to be in contact with the works of art physically, and the pandemic has shown us that we need contact with people. We also need contact with art, also in physical terms. We need to be in contact with culture, that is contact that is actually palpable. Well, I was trying to provoke you a little bit, yes, because of course on the screen you can revolve an art object and you can look at it, but you can never feel the atmosphere. And if you're not convinced by what you have just heard, I would just say that the costs that we bear in order to recover lost art is incomparable to the actual market value of these works. So we have to remember that. And of course our national heritage is priceless, so it cannot be presented in monetary terms. Well, thank you very much. This ends our panel. We could not prolong it anymore because I asked other panels to be very, very strict when it comes to time. Dr. Kutelski and Director of Communication in PKO Polish Bank, and ladies and gentlemen, we've also heard from Mr. Rogowski, and the next panel, Culture as a Source of State's Power or State Strength. Maciej Mazurek will be our moderator, and the panelists include Mateusz Werner. Good afternoon. Professor Szczerski, I'm sure he is here. Dr. Płowski and Wanda Zwinogrodzka. Well, thank you very much, and I will leave the stage now, wishing you a very fruitful discussion.
Jak się obsługuje? Tak, halo, tak, już słychać mnie, tak. Dzień dobry Państwu, dzień dobry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank our panelists for accepting my invitation to take part of it. It is my honor and pleasure to be a moderator on a panel that is dedicated to culture and its role. So, having heard voices of artists who support the positive change in the country, we can say that even if we have very good policies in other fields, our cultural policy is not exactly what is expected by the artists. And this may be surprising because we have changed so much since 2015. Ministry of Culture is doing things that are very, very impressive. All this is happening, but still, there is still this feeling of lack of satisfaction. So when we speak of culture as a source of strength for a state or a country, it seems that it may sound as an irony to some people, but we should ignore this fact and I also thought that our considerations about oikophobia, a crisis amongst Polish elites, have been discussed over and over again during our Congress. So we have explained the root causes of the crisis. So now we should move on to concrete actions and something that we will be discussing today, a law that secures artists' livelihood. This law requires a new way of thinking about culture, and there I do not only mean the left side of our political spectrum, because there I'm not very optimistic as to whether we can do a lot, but we will also have to change attitudes on the right side of the political scene. So let me start by asking Mr. Werner why in the present day state should be a player when it comes to art markets. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed. As to the question why things are what they are, it is a whole different topic. But when we think about art and artists, a lot of things are controversial, and our solutions, the solutions we proposed, are criticized from both extremes of our political scene. The liberal and left part of our social scene says that the state wants to engage in the world of culture, and they perceive this as a threat of introducing censorship and also restricting artists' freedom or artistic freedom. And a more conservative, more freedom-oriented or more liberal part of the political scene says that bureaucratic regulations and red tape should not be present in the world of art. This should be a free market, and the invisible hand of the market that shapes the value of art should be sufficient. And it should not be the civil servants in the Ministry of Culture that decide about merit of art. Well, both these positions stem out from a misunderstanding or an illusion. This first statement that state censorship should be removed because pure artistic freedom is most valuable is wrong. There are so many centers that are responsible for censorship of art. For example, the heavily discussed cancel culture is an example of restrictions with a starting point of political correctness, and there you decide what merits promotion, what should be said, what should not be said, what should not be presented. And there is no involvement of state there. It was a bottom-up movement run by people from extreme left, and this is also an extreme form of censorship for art. And then when we hear the arguments about free market being the answer for everything, some people say that if state withdraws completely, the invisible hand of the free market will regulate everything. It's also false, because there we have global players such as popular culture, global popular culture, which is of no artistic merit or of little artistic merit, and where financial aspects are most important. It reduces values and it replaces good art. So such as bad money replaces good money. So if you do not have enough capital, you lose out. So it is clear to me that state should be engaged in the world of culture. All European countries, all countries of the Western civilization do this. And we seem to ignore this or not notice it, and we allow our minds to be poisoned by these pseudo-arguments. So how should the state be engaged in the world of culture? Let me just say that culture is a commonwealth of communication. So if the state is pushed out from this communication, it disappears after a while, because values that state institutions are founded on disappear. They are ridiculed, they are boycotted or ignored, and the raison d'être is no longer there. Citizens of this state are being ignored, so this is becoming a joke rather than something serious. So when is this happening? This happens when people that are the most talented artists, who are trendsetters and who are most influential in the world of art, start to play a game trying to ridicule the state, to beat it, and when people who are less talented and less attractive are the only ones that defend the state, and then they lose this game. And certain processes of disintegration can already be observed amongst the Polish youth. And they are the result of the fact that for many years there was no active policy from the state. Silesia is an example here. So let me use two examples that are very familiar to you. When Szczepan Twardoch received an international award, Virtual Poland, Wirtualna Polska, wrote that this is a success of a Pole on an international market. A translation of his book, The King, was appreciated in other countries, and then he protested by saying that he's not really a Pole, he is a Silesian, and Wirtualna Polska should know this. So there you have an example of what we call soft power, a power of inspiration, in other words, of one country. And if a country has no more power of inspiration, it is not attractive, and we lose out, and we lose our influence and our power. The next example is Maria Peszek, who said, when something terrible happens to my country, I will no longer want to defend my country. I would simply run away. I would disappear. So both of them used terms that are not universally accepted, so I will not quote them. But it is not the problem that such people exist and they say what they say. The problem is that they are part of the mainstream. They are attractive. They are listened to. They are praised, and they are being called brave artists. So such attitudes towards our communities were always there. They were always present, and each community has to be able to face such attitudes. But the way we respond is a test of our strength. And of course, the question is whether financial aspects should be used as tools in order to shape language used by artists. When we speak about our country, we always speak about highest values, but we forget about money. We think this is something that we should be ashamed of when we speak of art. However, money runs the contemporary world. So even if you have moral capital, you should also have some financial muscle. So the moral capital versus the financial muscle. Of course, there are some values that can never be translated into money, but there are some values that have a certain financial dimension. Would you agree with me, Professor? Can we think more in terms of money when we speak about art and culture? Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation for this panel. And Indeed, when we think about the state and art and culture, it is very difficult to make a clear-cut financial calculation. However, of course, a country's culture translates into its assets. And why is state needed, or why is state's involvement needed? Well, Polish culture is as strong as its institutions are. We have to be very clear about it. Artists in Poland, very distinguished artists, are able to develop, and we can see it very well, based on institutions or with the support of institutions. And then there is no other tool as effective or more effective than states institutions. If we look at the model of promoting Polish culture from 1990s and the first years of 21st centuries, we would see that art market was the most important aspect. Cooperation with foreign institutions who dictated what's more attractive and what is more interesting. And Poland and Polish artists had to adapt to these expectations, offering them what they wanted to see, rather what we wanted to create. And another aspect of this model was its short-term nature. So artists were promoted, but it was all based on fashion, because certain name was fashionable, certain trend was fashionable, and then this was no longer in fashion and a new artist was needed, and it was no longer relevant that someone was successful 2 or 3 years ago. Market craved for a new product, and that was it. So some very distinguished Polish artists were able to remain popular in the world for many years, but some others have disappeared, and they say, well, no one else could offer us support because Polish state was not really engaged in promoting our work, so we had to work for the market, which was to the detriment of our artwork, but also of our country, because at the end they moved elsewhere. So state institutions should be able to step in, and they should work hard, and they should work with persistence in order to create this value that could not be built without the state. In Poland, we also do not have enough private capital that would replace the state. In the Anglo-Saxon American model, things are different, but we're not as wealthy as the Americans. We do not have sufficient collectors' market. So, if we try to give this some monetary value, we will see that a country's prestige is also built through its culture, and this can then be translated into this country's position on the international scene, into its stability as a partner, into its position during political gameplay. So our position on the international scene is also connected with the position that our culture holds. So in the West, there are very few things that are valuable and universal, and this market is still there, and we could offer something valuable because the demand is there, but we have to be persistent, we have to work very hard in order to achieve this result. And let me speak about a very specific example. We want to present Polish experience as experience that is relevant for the whole region, and we want to show it through culture. So we can imagine films, books about history, but also individual artists which have this exceptional historic experience. There is no other tool that could replace art that would speak about our experience, such as Mr. Wróblewski, Józef Czapski, Zofia Stryjeńska, and these are things that translate into whether we are a country that enjoys an international renown or prestige or not. So it is because if something is only dependent on the market, we would be in a situation where someone selects something they find attractive, they exploit it, and then they leave it and replace it with someone else. So the market of art cannot be the only mechanism. We need institutions that support culture. We have more and more such institutions, fortunately. And if we do it well, no one would always ever say again that Poland is a second-rate country, Polish culture is not worth much because one district in London creates better culture or more culture. We hope we'll never hear that again, because this is something that then translates into our position as a country. And of course we have this problem of fragmentation into sectors, so it's very difficult to advance as an artist. And if artists feel more secure, if their livelihood is secured, they can be more active and more creative. Is it so?
Well, let me discuss for you the draft law that is ushering a key qualitative change to Poland, the change in the status of the artist, supported by a number of new provisions and giving to artists such support that allow them to flourish and to get out of the dichotomy that Mateusz Werner described from you. So either the diktat of a free market, of a global chains that will pick and choose and impose certain terms and conditions on artists. So this is like a Copernicus revolution, the provisions of new law on the profession of an artist. And this reverses the perception, so we no longer are only guided by the market. Yes, indeed, and reading into the provisions of the law, we will find very ingenuine solutions, typically Polish solutions. Nevertheless, we also see some reference to the policies pursued by developed democracies, so to say. So Germany and France are quoted as the countries that have been fortunate to regulate the status of artists in a beneficial way, in a correct way. Yes, but the problem is very complex. Much depends on the system for organization of culture that you have in place in a European country. However, we can see certain intellectual effort and political effort getting off the ground in the first decade of this century, where the European Parliament adopted a resolution on the status of artists and people of art, because they identified that this is the problem universal in almost all countries of the European Union. What is important in this respect is long-standing experience, and for instance the French experience, where assistance to artists has been developed and giving them social security, ensuring them as temporary workers of shows, attorneyton, as it was once called in French. I just made sure that I know how to pronounce this term so that my Francophone friends do not ridicule my pronunciation. But back in the 60s and the 70s, it was discovered that the post-war idea of dispersion of artists all across the country is no longer proving the test. And instead of this, an artist or some technical staff supporting shows live needs to work for a definite number of hours in a year in order to be insured and get social insurance. And the French Roche system resulted in a situation where 100,000 of people working in performing arts and producing live shows were covered by insurance. So you see what is the scale of demand for such insurance, for such social support, in order to be sure that you can work for performing arts. And on the other hand, we have also a systematic approach that has been developed in Germany. In Germany, there is a Künstlersozialkasse, the professional insurance for artists, which is very similar to what we want to have in this country. That is the additional contribution that is made to the security contributions by artists whose income may be not sufficient. What is interesting for me as a lecturer of the theatre school is this initial program designed for new artists who just make their way through the market, who cannot hope for invitations to castings, and to start with, they are given like a 3 years benefit with reduced rates. I know very well from the experience of my friends that if they wanted to insure themselves, they were treated as people who would not fulfill their obligations to the state, and they were, for instance, invited to pay their dues for the last 3 years, and within 1 month they needed to pay supposedly the arrears for the last three years in terms of social insurance. So irregularity of income invites flexible approach to artists, also in collection of insurance. It is not that they want to be evading such contributions, but they cannot always afford to do so. And you said that this is like a Toric game. You invest some money and you don't know what will be obtained in return. Yes, but this is exactly what the cultural policy is about. You cannot expect very tangible results. I was following cultural policies in other European states when we researched for the benefit of Adam Mickiewicz Institute the level of support and the organization of theaters in Central and Eastern Europe, and I discovered that in each and every country we had the copies of French, Swiss, British, German institutes whose soft power was built through the support of local artists, and their main responsibility was to create things without specifying what exactly. Yes, the bill is intended to be very inclusive. Madam Minister,
przewrót kopernikański.
Was it a Copernican revolution, or is it going to be a Copernican revolution under your stewardship? Well, this is quite a gracious word, and I'm not sure if this is really compatible with the situation at hand. This is a bill of law. We do hope it's going to be adopted in the parliament, but at the present stage, we are still the bill is still with the government. Referring to the comments of the preceding speakers, I would like to say that the Polish state, for the 30 years of the existence of the Third Republic of Poland, was quite limited in their interference with the artists' market, not to say that there was like this inter-small. And as the privatization started, we had a number of reform laws to remedy the backlog of the socialist legislation, and we had a new copyright law and important local government acts which delegated the responsibility for cultural institutes to the government, to the local governments. Thereafter, however, the state engagement was hardly noticeable. Of course, there were various attempts to amend, to reform. There were congresses of culture. There was the famous Pact for Culture that was signed in a big ceremony, and that has not contributed to the positive change. We remember also the initiative artists themselves, like theater is not commodity, viewer and audience is not a client. Nevertheless, the policies that were in force were similar to the leeway for the invisible hand of the market. And this was not the way to go. The new rules for the organization of cultural life in Poland, some of them they proved to be viable, some of them needed to be corrected. And as a result, the invisible hand of the market proved not to be effective, not in the world of artists, perhaps better off in the world of institutions, because we managed to cope. But this lack of interest, this detachment and disengagement went so far as to say that when Prime Minister, Minister of Culture, Professor Gliński, invited me to cooperate with him in the ministry and made me in charge of the artistic milieux, I was astounded to discover that nobody knows how many artists we have in Poland. Is it 20,000? Is it 100,000? Nobody counted them. Another very brief representation of what we had inherited over the last 30 years, and this was the aftermath of the state negligence in the area of culture, was the statement by Professor Dorota Ilczuk, the greatest expert in terms of studying and researching into artists' life, and she said that the transformation held the promise of a free market of art to artists, but at the end we obtained some wild, unregulated market. Wild market, yes, it is justifiable to say so. Back in 2016, we started our work to diagnose the situation as it was. was, and to come up with certain instruments and remedies. So we started, like all Polish Conference of Culture. This was a huge undertaking. The conference operated by the National Frederick Chopin Institute, and the proceedings were ongoing throughout 2017 and 18, and representatives of all art disciplines were invited to debate, representing artists, artists' unions and associations, but also other institutes of culture and local governments as patrons of institutions of culture, business representatives. So the conference had various venues all across Poland, from Rzeszów to Szczecin and from Wrocław to Olsztyn. It was attended by more than 300 panelists representing 230 various entities, and just to show to you how it compares to our Congress today. Now we have 50 panelists, but our conference was like six times more panelists, and we, of course, commissioned certain studies headed by Professor Dorota Ilczuk. The studies were run by the team from the Cardinal Wyszyński University of Warsaw, and we obtained as a result the picture that was more knowledge-based and less intuitive. So we know that we have about 67,000 people being artists in Poland, and of course people who live in the art community will know it, that the situation of artists in Poland is difficult, not to say dire. As much as 60% of artists have income below the average, and 30% earn less than the minimum wage in Poland. So these are the data from December 2016, where the survey was over. And in the meantime, we had pandemic with all its strong impacts on the profits in the profession of artists, because nowadays I should think the results will be even worse. Only 7% of the artist community representatives could be considered to be well off, so people who would reach up to the second threshold in personal income tax. So it's like 7,000 people in a year. 7% of the total community. To give you any further illustration, let me tell you that the median of gross wages was at 2.8 thousand for actors, folk artists 1.3 thousand Polish zlotys, and so on and so forth. And this was not the only ailment in this community. And another problem, which was very closely related to the nature of this profession, nevertheless, this problem is equally disconcerting, is that those people cannot hope for any stable situation in their profession. Only 30% of artists are employed based on fixed contract of employment, whereas most of them work performing jobs assigned by job assignment contracts, and some of them, and quite substantial percentage of them, in fact, work in the gray zone of the economy. So we see the huge gap between the image that artists have in the public at large, because in Poland there is this preformed assumption that artists are part of the establishment, whereas from the data I have given you, you can infer that artists are more on the side of precarious jobs, contracts, and very irregular payments that they can rely on. At top of that, we have very poor social insurance, social security, which means that apart from the full-time employed artists, so this is less than 40%, 50% who perform assignment contracts to do specific work need to pay their security contributions themselves. And in the Polish insurance system, it turns out that those individual contributions are higher than the ones that are paid by entrepreneurs. And even if there have been some tax reliefs for startups, the artists cannot benefit from other reliefs available to entrepreneurs. So they are either insured by their spouses and members of family, or in pathological forms using fictitious job contracts, like 1/7 of the full-time equivalent, or they are not insured at all. They cannot benefit from any insurance, because if I was showing to you the median, and if this is like 600 or 2,000, and the full individual contribution to National Security Fund would be 1.5 thousand, well, this cannot allow you to make your ends meet, can it? And in the process of long debate, it was finally determined that in the long run, the process to be remedy to be introduced would be like a systematic improvement of the situation of artists, and we have laid down all the central tenets for such a policy, and this is now included in the bill that is in the pipeline in the Polish government. I'm just giving you a very rough and ready picture. I'm not going to describe to you this bill in detail, just very central tenets, if I may, and then
what is important, the draft on the rights of a professional artist includes a definition of a professional artist. It is a separate profession now, and it also includes a definition of the rights that are vested upon artists by this law. So this aspect that is probably least discussed with the media, in my opinion, I'm not sure whether panelists agree with me, is the most important, because the system in Poland does not really see artists. It does not see the specificity of their profession. They are invisible and excluded from the universal system of social security. Because most of them are freelancers. We also find this when we look at very specific situations. For example, when lockdown was announced and the government introduced special instruments to help artists, we had some legislative issues because there was no clear definition. It was not a separate profession. It's very difficult to prove that you're a professional artist. So first of all, there is a definition of who is an artist and what rights are vested upon the artist by letter of the law. And this is the first step to offer support for this community. If we define who is an artist, we can then continue, as this is a gateway for a better future for artists in Poland. And there are also procedures as to how you can actually receive a confirmation of your status as a professional artist. So you can either have your works confirmed and certified. An organization that represents artists can do that for you, and that would be an organization that represents at least 10% of artists in a given field of art. An artist who is interested in obtaining such rights, not everyone would have to be interested, it's not obligatory. But if an artist is interested, they present their achievements to an organization of their choice, and they receive a confirmation. And there is also another path that is for people who graduated from official academies of art run by the Minister of Culture, National Heritage and Sports. So 5 years after you graduate, you can receive a confirmation of the status of a professional artist, and there you do not need to document your achievements, your works. So there is something that was mentioned by one of the previous panelists, that we make sure that young people who have not yet had the time to be successful on the market would remain artists. And I look at Minister Vnuk-Nazarova, we invest a lot of money in educating artists, and then it turns out that in the first few years after obtaining a degree, such a person cannot make ends meet and is simply choosing another profession. So it is a waste of money. We've invested in such an artist. And then there is a Polish Chamber of Art or Artists, and this is to be the entity that is responsible for making sure that these rights are being respected. We have quite an innovative solution for Poland. We use Anglo-Saxon models as an example. So this is an institution of a Quango type, a hybrid institution that has a public element and a civic element. Artists want to be independent. They want to have the right to self-determination. So this would be an institution that is governed with very strong participation of representatives of artists. So this Polish chamber is to consist of 21 members. 15 will be held by representatives of artists community elected by artists organizations, and then there will be space for smaller organizations and for larger organizations, and only 7 seats will be reserved for civil servants who need to be there because they will be spending public money. So there will be representatives of the Minister of Culture, the Minister of Labour, and of course the social insurance institution. Our draft law speaks about rights that are defined. First of all, access for artists who have no right to public insurance, so the ones who are not employed or do not have their own companies or who are not self-employed. So they get access to public security, to public insurance. They have to pay contributions, but if they make under 80% of an average for the country, they can apply to this Polish Artists' Chamber for a subsidy, and this contribution would be subsidized up to 80% when the income is insufficient. And of course, this will be calculated based on individual cases. Those who make very little would have a greater subsidy. Those who make more will have a smaller subsidy. So you can have a subsidy of 20 to 80% of the contribution, and this subsidy will be financed by the Fund for Professional Support for Artists. This will be a separate bank account of a Polish Artists' Chamber. We will receive funds from a payment that will be made. It will be a small amount included in the price in order to make up for losses suffered by artists due to the right to private use of works of art. So, for example, if you copy or play works of art on electronic instruments, or photocopiers, for example, for books, or if you copy files with music and then listen to it, it is an instrument that is adopted throughout Europe in many different countries of our continent, and based on this, a very small percentage of a price of electronic appliances is transferred to artists' organizations who then support artists, and this is a kind of compensation for income lost because people are able to copy books and music for personal use. And these losses can be very substantive. And since 1990 we've had a law that has not been amended, and now in the new draft we foresee an amendment that actually includes appliances that are present on the market. The former law included appliances that are no longer used by people, so now we need to include modern equipment, modern appliances. So there will be revenues from that. This will be the revenue that would go to the artist community. 51% of these funds will be transferred to organizations representing artists, and 49% will be paid into the fund supporting artists, which means that wealthier artists, more affluent artists, will share with those who make the least. So this will be used in order to finance subsidies for public insurance or public security contributions. We also have a special ID for professional artists, and then Artists' Chamber will be the operator, and a holder of such a card will be able to receive certain benefits or services based on the negotiations between this chamber. For example, private medical insurance for dancers or musicians who do not have easy access to specialist care, and in some professions it is very much necessary, so there can be different kinds of services and packages. And of course it will be up to the organization to negotiate such packages and services so that they are attractive to answer. So this chamber is to be a platform for discussing and resolving problems faced by artists. Polish artist community is very much fragmented. In the communist Poland, there was less than a dozen of professional organizations representing artists. They still exist, but so many small organizations have emerged since, and now we have 230, and sometimes they are too small to be able to truly represent the artists and to fight for their interests. Especially when artists find themselves in a particularly difficult situation, in particularly dire straits, and they will have a platform that would be able to identify problems and to prepare solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I think that the problems begin with a source of financing. The question might be whether the state will need to fight corporations who will be very defensive in order not to compensate to the artists. Yes, this is an ongoing battle. If you are interested, you could have seen in the media, in the traditional and social media, this fierce activity, fake news campaign targeting the authors of a new recast bill on copyrights, and the reprographic fee is fiercely debated by the industry, and this is absolutely not justified. In our estimate, there is no reason why they should believe that the launch of the reprographic fee will drive prices up. Absolutely not. The price of a work of art is or a device is composed of very many components. Germany collects the highest reprographic fee. It is like 300 million euro, whereas we collect only 2% or even less. Nevertheless, many of the appliances in Germany are by far cheaper than in Poland. So this is the argument that is often presented in the discussion, but it is not a reliable perspective, and also in view of the experiences of the last 2 years, where the whole electronic industries benefited from lockdown immensely, whereas the world of art was the big loser of what was happening. I think that such a position is highly debatable. Yes, because I heard some charges that this bill will create new farmers insurance scheme, KRUS, that was quite criticized in Poland. Yes, but it is not true, and I think that within our own political milieu we hear certain voices that these are special privileges to artists. To my mind, this is a misunderstanding. It is not that we create special privileges, just the reverse. At present, the vast majority of the artistic milieu has been excluded from universal insurance scheme. So we want to close this gap, and the structure we have invented is more or less like a situation where the Polish Chamber of Artists will assume the role of an employer to an employee in its relations with artists, freelance artists, and if you are employed on the basis of a fixed-term employment contract, some of your contributions to the social fund will be paid for you by your employer. And of course, artists are not treated on a par in this situation, so the Polish Chamber of Artists will be able to contribute and help them out. So this is not a privilege, not at all. This is a remedy to a situation that has been so far, which resulted in their exclusion and discrimination. So this is the bill to regulate the rights of people who are not covered by the system and who are impoverished, and because of being impoverished, they cannot be creative. The point is to break through this developmental barrier and to make sure that possibly greatest numbers of artists are covered by the Polish fiscal arrangements. And I would say that we are moving away from the liberal narrative and logic towards capitalism with human face. Yes, and this is what is very much appreciated by the public insurance company ZUS and her president and the institution's president, because those who were not able to contribute will now be drawn into the system. And another aspect that is equally important here is that the new bill will allow us to, if passed, will allow us to secure for artists by far an easier living in the market of art. So we consider that voices, elocution, talents, these are intangible goods that must be protected, and artists must be protected against some clienteles that will try to abuse artists for their own interests. As we know, there is nothing like free lunch in the world. So in order to give some leeway to artists on the market, we should really speak in favor of the most fundamental solution for artists, such as social insurance. And this would be just the very minimum. So we can infer that the consequences of this bill will not be visible overnight. Yes, they won't be visible overnight because for people who had to cope grin and bear it for the last 3 decades without fixed employment contracts, this comes too late. And for young people and for people starting out in their professional career, this will give them a sense of stability, realization that they do not operate in a void, that a time will come where they will reach their pensionable age and will be entitled to benefit from pensions and that they will be in a loser's position and that they will not be left high and dry. And I agree with Madam Minister. This is like the civilization arrangement, because we somehow turn blind eyes on several hundreds of thousands of artists who have been deprived of any stability, the sense of being a working community that is protected. And I think that this will be the very foundation for a more creative life and work, where certain processes and procedures have been resolved for the artists. Yes, because an artist can only work at ease when he or she enjoys some sense of security. So we should do away with this fallacy that a poor artist is a good artist. It is not true. And Van Gogh was often cited that you need to suffer and then you will create exquisite works of art. Professor, do you see this opportunity that this bill holds in it? Because this may be a motive force for the creative industry in Poland. So something that is not really tangible in monetary terms. Yes, indeed, I see this opportunity. But before I take your question, well, this bill will not grant any special privileges to artists, because there are much more privileged groups, such as uniformed services, teachers, social security for minors. These are by far more expensive, and artistic creation is just as much important, if not even more important. So the very minimum should be secured for them. This goes without saying. The other thing is that they are not demanding some skyrocketing amounts of money from the state budget. No, this is not an actual decrease, and the copyright fees will not disturb the reprographic market in Poland either. And as we were proceeding with our conference on culture, we realized that, for instance, folk artists who are not able to cope on the art market and without whom the whole tradition of handicraft, very attractive as it may be, and whole regions of southern Italy live from ceramics produced in a traditional way. Unless they are supported, these professions and qualities will fade away. And dancers, like ballet dancers, well, their career is over after a dozen of years or so. They are no longer capable of performing. So they were left alone and abandoned throughout their professional careers, and what to do after you retire. You have a wealth of knowledge and you have unique skills, and this is all wasted. So you can see that the bill will address the most pressing needs. And what is also always beneficial to artists is that through this initiative, the ministry wants to create room for artists to operate in. So this is like a great format that will encourage our artists to produce masterpieces. So if we only invest into the narrowest group of artists, we will never achieve results that we desire. We want to open the door wide for massive pools of people whose talent has been wasted so far. And this is the precondition for any further development of a Polish culture, to let them work. We should also support handicraft, artisan production, modern design, and all other designer products that generate actual profit to the Polish industries, such as furniture industry, textile industry, also traditional methods of producing building materials may be attractive, and then this may be a staple export product from Poland. So it would be a huge and profound waste not to tap on this opportunity. I'm not talking about some imaginary privileges for people who are so much detached from the reality. No, I think about people whose creative powers have been blocked because of the hardships that they face in everyday life. So culture and investment into culture is a clever investment. The art market will never generate the Chamber of Artists. No, it is only the state that will be able to create such a chamber, inviting participatory model where we won't have donations and subsidies from the state given out on a random basis. No, if we have this participatory model in the Chamber of Artists, we can tangibly support our national culture. Thank you very much. So this is like the rescue operation for the community that is often hostile to the ruling milieus, and artists are often very passionate, either being patriotic or critical. And I think that this is not a solid argument in our debate. Much depends on your individual take on that. To me, this is illegitimate as an argument for the very reason I mentioned before, namely various attitudes and various mindsets represented by artists may be formatted and molded by the institutions and areas of life that are closest to them. So, if they are now in dire straits, if they realize that they can only advance their careers and have solid maintenance and upkeep, you need to go abroad, and that is why on many occasions artists are very much oriented to embrace trends and narratives not from their immediate home country and home communities and local communities for whom they should be working, but they are rather looking in a different horizon, in the direction of a different horizon, and there is an internal conflict in it. Dr. Płoski will know very well whom I am referring to, but I will be no mentioning names. In the town in Poland, there is just one theater operating with a very leftist repertoire and expression, and it only produces performances for foreign festivals. The local community, as a result, will not be really supportive and ready to use the services of this theater, because the language and appeal that they have on offer will not correspond with what the local people need. And then the director of this institution is replaced by another person, by local authorities, not law and justice authorities. And this is done under the pressure of a local community who demand a change in this respect. And in order to have such practices in place, we should really create a market which will allow artists and performing artists to listen to the voices of their immediate communities, so that they not prepare themselves only to cater to the needs of some other communities, often far away from Poland. What is even worse, this creates a situation of certain clientele dependency, as I was showing to you with the results of the commissioned survey. In this profession, you cannot survive without the patronage of various welfare units, and this, of course, solidifies certain views and weakens the possibility to articulate other views other than mainstream views, because if you do so, you will be out of job very soon. So this optic, which is not only political but also aesthetic or artistic optic, is shrinking before our very eyes. And Mr. Płoski rightly mentioned it. This new bill will hold a promise for the young artists who may stand a chance of coming up with their own artistic vision, but they will need to subordinate themselves to the standardized expectations unless they are supported, unless they are provided with social security, for instance, and then we may hear from them another message, not the dominating message, and we can accommodate more independent voices. Professor, what kind of opportunities at hand you can identify in relation to the adoption of this bill?
Well, I would rather allow my colleagues to speak than... Well, Madam Minister, this gives us an opportunity to hear a new language, new artistic language, compared to a market that is regulated purely by commercial aspects of the art. So we may find things that are much more valuable also from the artistic point of view, so that's very important. And there is another factor that is a human factor, because we will be helping people who were simply excluded from the system and they are no longer able to legally operate on the labor market. So that's all we need to justify this law. I wanted to mention one more thing. The very fact that we will include formerly excluded groups from social security, or will include them in the social security system, we may obtain a situation in which there is more artistic freedom. And so that is unquestionable. And then, on top of that, there is another matter that is outside the realm of politics and political views. A state as such is a value regardless of whether left-wing or right-wing parties are ruling at a given time. So we should look after the state and its condition. And using the example I began with, if Szczepan Twardoch, after 25 years of living in a free Poland, is saying that we do not have a state, but we have a cancer that we have to fight against, we may be appalled. We may say, what did you do for the state? And then he could respond by saying, and what the state has ever done for me. So Madam Minister was very right, although what we heard from her is somewhat shocking. 30 years of Polish freedom and sovereignty was not enough for Poland to make sure that this very influential group of citizens enjoys most fundamental rights. So we have to be clear here, and once they receive justice, they will be able to identify better with the country, no longer saying this country or this cancer. They will simply feel it is their homeland. So we may say that we are buying artists or paying them to be trying to make them loyal citizens, but Dmowski and Piłsudski asked themselves the same questions towards the end of 19th century, what to do in order to make sure that Polish peasants were interested in regaining independence for Poland. And these great visionaries found a way to convince Polish peasants, Polish rural residents, and they stood up, and 1 million of them was ready to fight and defend our country. So for some people, a financial situation or is the only argument that they understand. Karol Szymanowski was the chancellor of the Music Academy, and we could give you examples of Gombrowicz and Witkacy or Broniewski or Skoczylas, who all had different political views, but they never questioned the social consensus, the fundament, the existence of our state. So they argued about Poland, but they never questioned the sense of its very existence. So we should learn from the Second Republic how these problems could be resolved. And referring to the Second Republic, I could give you an example of William Chorzyca, the director of Lviv Theatre, and he lost his life because he employed Leon Schiller, who was a communist, and Leon Schiller was the one who directed the best or the first performance of Dziady by Adam Mickiewicz in the Second Republic. So I am not going to presume what will be the consequences of this law, but I am convinced that on one hand this would stabilize the situation, but also become a starting point or a point of departure for the new organization of the market of the art. People may be joking by saying that artists are pretending they work and theaters are pretending that they actually pay them for their work, but the problem is that artists are not pretending, they actually work. It's very big effort and they do it at a very high personal cost. So they are performing a profession that they had always dreamed about, and they are doing it in the best way that they can. And due to certain gaps or loopholes in the law, they are unable to enjoy their fundamental rights. And there are problems that can be resolved also at the regional level. For example, recently I have been looking at art galleries run by cities, by municipalities in different Polish cities. So on one hand, new buildings are being erected, residential districts are being built, but town halls do not give money for actually operating galleries. So the space is there, it can be used, but there is no funding for running the galleries. And then again, artists should be remunerated for displaying the artwork in galleries, in public galleries. So this law is building foundations. State is necessary here. And if we speak about Polish dancing or other performing art, and these programs are not big programs that we have introduced. Some of them are worth 1, 2, 3, 5 million, and we've been quite successful, for example, in supporting dancers, and artists do not feel left alone, and they no longer need to go to local authorities and ask them for money, of which they always have too little, and they see a signal that they're not left alone, and this is true also for this law. Madam Minister, well, referring to the previously discussed topic, one of the myths that we have to deconstruct when discussing this law is a conviction that a good artist can actually make his or her own money, and those who are not good should not remain artists, and good riddance actually. The greatest artworks in Europe would not be created if not for the patrons of art. Great cathedrals would never have been erected, great paintings would never have appeared. Cyprian Kamil Norwid was one of the greatest poets in the history of Polish literature. This year we are celebrating 200th anniversary of his birth, and albeit he was a great artist, he lived in poverty and he died in a poor man's shelter. So I just wanted to say also that I have deep confidence in this law improving the situation of artists, and I'm sure art will develop better, it will flourish, and it is important regardless of your political views. Also for our political community, we can see that every project is first born in someone's mind, be it an artist or a philosopher. The success of this Congress is the best proof of that, and artists are indispensable when we want to draw horizons, when we want to give shape to our aspirations, especially in these times of turmoil and change in the modern day world. So this ability of presenting the big picture, of defining our aspirations is something very important. So indeed, we should do all we can in order to support them.
Chciałem po słowach pani minister zrobić rezumé, ale nie muszę.
I wanted to recap this debate, but after what Madam Minister has said, I don't need to. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Would you please bear with us? Very small change in the setting on the stage, and then we are back. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be getting started with the decoration ceremony where we will present the Courage and Veracity medal. And may I invite the secretary of a chapter and the president of the Foundation Poland, a Grand Project. This is Madam Maryna Miklaszewska. A round of applause. Good afternoon, a very warm welcome to the ceremony of presentation of the Courage and Veracity medal. And first and foremost, let me extend my warm welcome to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Mateusz Morawiecki, who will attend the ceremony. Also, let me welcome the Minister of Culture, National Heritage and Sports, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister Gliński, as well as other special guests to whom I will accord my welcome later on. I want to welcome the Director of the Royal Castle of Warsaw, Professor Wojciech Fałkowski. And, of course, my eyes are cast on the person who merits special welcome, a regular present patron of all the panels and meetings of Congress, Madam President of the Foundation, Anna Bielecka. Also, I would like to welcome the members of our program council in the Council of the Foundation, and Professor Włodzimierz Bolecki is among them, so a very warm welcome to you. And the chapter which elects the candidates for the award, Lech Kaczyński Award, that is presented annually this year. In May, Mrs. Ludwika Ogorzelec received this award. I hope she's present with us. She is a sculptor, and if she is with us, another round of applause, please. Ludwika Ogorzelec will sit on our chapter as of this year, although for Courage and Veracity medal, Courage and Veracity, which is the logo or motto adopted from the presidential campaign of the late President Lech Kaczyński. So this is also connected with Lech Kaczyński. So this year, Ludwika Ogorzelec was not part of the election of candidates for the Courage and Veracity medal, but she will be fully fledged member of our chapter. Also, we have Jerzy Kanina, the other laureate, the sculptor, who is in our fold. My welcome goes to Joanna Wnuk-Nazarowa. And let me remind you that a week ago there was the first show of the opening show of the mystery of Jan Kamil Norwid, Wanda. This was staged at the courtyard of the Royal Wawel Castle. I hope you were fortunate enough to see this performance. I was not there, but I hope to welcome the performance in Warsaw. And I would also like to welcome Bronisław Wilczstein, member of our chapter, as well as Jerzy Kalina, sculptor, who was mentioned, and last but not least, the chair of a chapter, Professor Zdzisław Krasnodębski. Don't sit down. I invite you to read out the verdict of the deliberations of this year's chapter.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. It is always a distinct honor and great emotion to read out this sentence, and Maryna has mentioned the members of a chapter, so let me just read out the chapter of the Lech Kaczyński Award. So Andrzej Gwiazda, who is not present today, Jerzy Kalina, whom we have welcomed on 2 occasions, so the third welcome, Andrzej Krause, Zuzanna Kurtyka, Antonia Libera, Michał Lorenz, Lech Majewski, Maryna Miklaszewska, Andrzej Nowak, Bogusław Nisieński, Jarosław Marek Rymkiewicz, Bronisław Wilczstein, Joanna Wnuk-Nazarowa, and myself as the chair of this prominent fold awards the Courage and Veracity Medal for outstanding scholarly and journalist work and the persevering work for the benefit of the true and genuine Polish-German friendship, for promotion of knowledge about Polish potential and Polish people's potential, and for the creative input into the idea of our Congress. We award the medal to sociologist Universage Lehrte Professor Gunnar Heinzson.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki will hand over the medal to our laureate. Distinguished Deputy Prime Minister, distinguished members of a chapter, distinguished professor, the laureate of this year's medal, ladies and gentlemen, we see the resources of knowledge that have been growing with breathtaking speed, and even our research teams find themselves quite perplexed by the emergence of various disciplines of knowledge and view. So Renaissance experts able to combine various dimensions of knowledge are very much needed. And Professor Gunnar Heinzson is precisely that type of an expert who combines knowledge from so many disciplines. And this is so much needed because we as Poland and we as the world, we are confronted
confronted with one universal attempt of usurping science, culture, and nation by neoliberal philosophies. We have been codependent and under very heavy influence of this mindset. And this was reflected in policies that were pursued in the model of doing science and pursuing objectives of social and economic development. So that's why we need such courageous experts, scientists, scholars who have very penetrating view of neoliberal philosophy. And we know that in neoliberalism, knowledge and power are intertwined, and the system that was built was then reinforced by elites and oligarchies, and it was subordinated to one specific mindset and one specific outlook. So independent scholars are very much needed in modern world. Sociologists, economists, politicians are very much in demand. And this year's laureate is such a person. Thank you so much for breaking through various fallacies, myths. Thank you for the challenging of the proponents of trendy fashions, and thank you for your courage in building new theories and defining new goals. And I would like to thank Professor for his friendly attitude towards Poland, where you appreciate our output, our cultural output, you appreciate our identity, our history, which are not a burden to ourselves, not something to be consigned to the past and never invoked again. No. You see this universal value of Poland, something that we carry, that we have been carrying until the present day, but something that we also want to carry into the future, the value which is so beautifully expressed by solidarity as a movement and also as an idea, the Republic guided by solidarity. And that is why I do believe that with gratefulness we can address you, Professor. Thank you for describing our realities with a lot of sense and balance and friendliness towards Poland and Polish people. And we, as a nation that was so that was so painfully tried by totalitarian systems from the West and from the East, we find ourselves in a unique position where we can try to glue together our continent, glue together not in the sense of neoliberal trends and fads and other fashionable political correctness manifestations. No, gluing our continent in view of authentic needs, authentic threats, to bind it together through solidarity and work out such an economic and social model that will tap on the wealth of your knowledge, sir. The knowledge that you have developed so excellently, coming up with a social and economic model that will be responsive to the needs of the future, because the massive technological transformation is not to be only employed by one side of the political arena. No, they may really be exploited by the Europe of sovereign nations, strong Europe which claims her own goals and takes care of her identity and the identities of sovereign nations. So I want to thank the chapter for the choice they have made. I think that this is a very good and adequate choice, because the laureate appreciates the situation of a borderline. He was born in Gdynia, Gottenhafen back then. So he's a man who fully understands Poland and has a lot of heart and kindness for Poland. Congratulations, sir, and thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and honor to speak about our chapter, the chapter that I have been the secretary for many years. And let me remind you about the names of 6 laureates of the medal from the past years, and sometimes we tend to forget, and these are very important, distinguished representatives of the world of academia. Unfortunately, one of them has passed away already, and that is Mr. Roger Scruton. The first laureate was distinguished professor from Houston University of Polish origin, Professor Ewa Thompson, a great friend of Poland and also a very distinguished activist promoting Poland in the United States. We also had a Romanian doctor, an activist promoting faith and friendship with Poland. She even decided to learn Polish in order to be able to read Polish publications, and she appreciated Poland and its cultural achievements very much. Anka Maria Czerna, we should remember this name. Irena Lasota, another Pole. She is Jewish and Polish, and she keeps defending Poland around the world. She promotes Poland, and she was also a member of political opposition, not a typical one, because she was able to find her roots elsewhere, but still she respected. And I must say, she actually worshipped, that's what she said to me, she worshipped late President Lech Kaczyński, and she even tried, and she was very much criticized for it, she compared his speech in Georgia to the John III Sobieski's win in the Battle of Vienna, because he was able to defend Georgia during Russian aggression. And there are 2 more names that I should mention. Fabio Biondi, a composer, a great admirer of Moniuszko. He thinks that Moniuszko is one of the most distinguished composers of the world, and when he formed his orchestra, Europa Galante, he promotes and he performs Moniuszko's pieces. And last year's laureate, who unfortunately we were not able to meet him in person because the pandemic made it impossible. He was not able to come here from the United States. And this was a distinguished specialist, a scholar studying the pontiffs of John Paul II. He is also an author of a biography that has been translated into almost all languages of the world, and this is Professor Weigel. And we are waiting for him to come to Poland to physically hand the medal over to him. And I also mentioned Mr. Scruton, a conservative writer, a philosopher from the United Kingdom. Sir Roger Scruton died last year, and let me quote a fragment from his speech. Poland was invaded many times. It was divided up 3 times by neighboring powers, but it never accepted the fact that the foreign powers should govern and should eradicate religion or should decide about borders. This was not the country that was easy to reach. It was imprisoned by neighbors, and it was still rebellious. And then after the war, it was pressed between GDR and Soviet Union, and still rebellious. Poles were able to face up to the expansion of the Soviet Union, and they also wanted to build their own country based on their own models, and they wanted a just government, which they obtained. Thank you. So that's all from me, and the laudation will be delivered by Dr. Justyna Schulz, the head of the Western Institute. And let me just say that after your speech, we will have a brief panel and an interview of Dr. Schulz and Mr. Heinzson with the participation of Professor Zdzisław Krasnodębski. Ladies and gentlemen, dear laureate Prime Minister, it is my great honor to deliver the laudation of the award to Professor Gunnar Heinzson in front of such an esteemed audience. I sincerely thank the award chapter for this honor. This prize is awarded to righteous and just authors who contribute to improving the knowledge and understanding of the history, traditions, and present-day life of our country. Our laureate, as has been already mentioned, is a person who, due to broadness of his interests, can hardly be classified using a narrow scientific discipline. One cannot say whether he is a sociologist, an economist, an educator, or a historian. In all these fields, he has excelled, and he can be proud of his original contribution to science. While researching and seeking answers to questions that troubled him, he became involved in the left-wing movement in West Berlin in 1960s. He became distant from this movement because of the anti-Semitism of left-wing circles. He personally worked on a kibbutz in Israel before receiving a professorship in Bremen in the Department of Social Pedagogy. Referring to Raphael Lemkin's research, he established the world's first genocide research center in Bremen. At the end of the 1990s, among the left-wing student circles, he was regarded as a right-wing thinker. Already at that time, there were calls for a boycott of his lectures due to his research on migration policy. Professor Heinzson is a European intellectual who, although he does not appear on front pages of newspapers, has on several occasions set new trends in thinking. Professor Heinzson's original thoughts and ideas inspired other researchers and thinkers who worked closely with him. This is how the tandem of Professor Heinzson and Professor Steiger came about, and they proposed an alternative description of economic relationships in ownership economics. Professor Heinzson was a regular guest of Peter Sloterdijk, a philosopher, as part of the televised philosophical quartet. While at the University of Bremen there were calls for a boycott of his classes, at the same time he was a lecturer at one of the most renowned business schools in Switzerland, founded and run by Professor Fredmund Malik. I met Professor Heinzen in Bremen in the mid-1990s during a colloquium organized by Professor Steiger in accordance with an old university tradition in one of the local pubs on an evening. It was then that we met in order to discuss his newly published book on ownership economics. I attended this colloquium because I was intrigued by his very skeptical assessment of the Polish economic transformation at a time when it was common to hear only praise for our reforms. What I found particularly intriguing was the challenge to the thesis of the need to import capital, a thesis upon which our narrative of economic development, explaining that the lack of capital is due to insufficient accumulation in the past, was and still is based. In a book published at the time, and the book that we discussed during the colloquium, the authors deconstructed this thesis as fake news. They demonstrated that capital is derived from property rights or ownership rights, which forms the basis for creating a market in property securities that serve as collateral for issuance of currency. Physical accumulation does not play an essential role in this process. Heinzen and Steiger stressed that Poland, like other transition countries, does not need foreign capital, but strengthening of property rights and legal trading in them. They need a securities market that would secure the issue of their currency. They are therefore not dependent or determined by the past in this area. It goes without saying at this point that this view differed fundamentally from the prevailing thinking about economic dependence. The authors faced not only harsh criticism from then dominant free market researchers, but also there were attempts made to marginalize their research to the point of abolishing the chair. This did not prevent them from continuing their intellectual dispute in order to demonstrate the weaknesses of neoliberal thinking about economics. The financial crisis of 2007 and then followed by the Eurozone crisis in 2010 showed that they were right. Overnight, theses regarding mechanism of money creation or its security became the subject of public debate. It is now clear also because of the COVID experience that central banks function through financial markets. There is a debate going on about unequal distribution of the rewards of monetary policy. This is because those who gain most from it are those who have adequate collateral to offer. The word collateral did not appear at all in the mainstream guidance given at the time to transition economies. When we met at the colloquium discussing the thesis of the book on the ownership economics, Professor Heinzen's thoughts were already revolving around a new topic. After ownership economics, he dealt intensively with demographics and the importance of human capital for economic development. Here, too, he was ahead of the times. Let me remind you that back in 2004, it was popular to say that countries such as Poland can develop by exporting human capital, that one of the benefits of EU accession was a reduction in human capital stock, which would be compensated by financial transfers from abroad. Professor Heinzen then posed difficult questions about consequences for Poland resulting from the loss of young, educated people who are discouraged by the strategy of lowering wages in order to create an attractive market for financial foreign capital, while neglecting to develop the technique of generating domestic capital based on own securities. Professor Heinzen analyzed demographic issues not only in the context of economic development, but also as regards the connection between demographic development and the potential for aggression in a given society. He is the creator of a so-called war index, which makes it possible to predict the potential for aggression depending on the number of so-called dispensable men, i.e. men for whom there are no posts or positions in society waiting and which they are forced to fight for themselves. Women are not seen by him as a potential threat. In general, Professor Heinzen is not afraid to call differences by their name, that is, differences between women and men in terms of potential aggression, or differences between communities in terms of cognitive skills, or differences between migration in terms of migrants' talents. These theses, contained in books also available in Polish, such as Sons and the Power Over the World, or The Fight for the Most Talented, have become a trigger for attacks in left-wing academic circles. Professor Heinzen confided that during his time at the University of Bremen, where he commuted from Danzig, where he had started a family, he found it a relief to return to Poland for weekends. The subject of the influence of demography on the potential for aggression of nations, boycotted in Bremen, became the subject of his lectures at the NATO Defense College in Rome. In Bremen, he founded the Institute for Genocide Studies. He demonstrated the uniqueness of the Holocaust because of the reverse choice, and that is the engineering and creation of a new human being without mercy, without compassion, without decalogue, and without respect for the sanctity of life, through physical destruction of the Jewish foundations of Christianity. The theory of money, the war index, or the migratory challenges were Professor Heinzen's contributions to the intellectual debate. They often appeared too early. They were often ahead of the times. By the time these ideas became widely discussed, Professor Heinzen already dealt with other topics. It may have been a source of satisfaction to him that those who had previously rejected or remained silent about his statements later turned to his arguments. This was the case during the Euro crisis, and this is the case now with the crisis in Afghanistan. The theses for which he was condemned are now presented by the Zeit or Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung and used in a public debate. The new area of interest for Professor is chronology. Here, too, he poses questions that open up space for new interpretations. I am not an expert, but I read his findings with interest. They pertain to the role of disasters at the dawn of the state of Mieszko I or Otto I. His calculations shed new light on the history of the Slavs in the first centuries AD and show that Wincenty Kadłubek, writing about Roman legions, was not distorting history. I make no secret of the fact that these theses evoke my sympathy, and I keep my fingers crossed that, just like other professors' earlier ideas, that they will get through to general consciousness as soon as possible. This outline of achievements shows what an original thinker and researcher Professor Gunnar Heinzen is. He owes this to his personal courage and fidelity to the ideals of a researcher who is not afraid of environmental ostracism when posing questions and seeking answers. He is not afraid of rejection and intellectual loneliness. He has the courage to pose difficult questions and defend his answers even if they do not conform to commonly held views. One may ask, what all this has to do with Poland? The medal is awarded for special merits for spreading knowledge, tradition and knowledge of Poland. Well, I believe that a great deal. It is not about the fact that Professor Heisen started a family in Poland and has been living in Poland for years. The most valuable point is that Professor takes into account the Polish experience in all topics he studies, and he refers to it in his comparisons. In his research and analysis, Poland and Polish experience are inscribed in European and universal experience. This way, Polish tradition and experience become a part of universal culture and debate. They serve as a point of reference in debates of universal significance. It is also valuable that he does not look at Poland and the region of Central and Eastern Europe through the prism of the division into East and West that dominates in science. By including Poland's experience in European history, he sheds a different light on our history. He undermines old patterns of thinking and forces a new approach. This concerns both the beginnings of the Polish state and the economic potential of the first Commonwealth. This research paints a picture of a country which created a rich commercial civilization on the Baltic, whose rurals defended the Christian identity of Europe, not only at the Battle of Vienna, but also during the 20th century when Poland actively resisted Nazi ideology. Incidentally, this is particularly evident in the history of the Kamaldolese monastery in Bieniawa in the Wielkopolska region, which became a prison during the Russian partition, then an elite SS school, and now is a monastery once again. His theory encourages a new outlook at nobility's tradition, prompting questions, for example, about the ability to finance the runoff of thousands of grain barges in the First Commonwealth, getting out of debt during the partitions through the Bank of the Kingdom of Poland, or General Chłapowski's Mortgage and Credit Society, or the art of creating hundreds of credit, housing and farming cooperatives in the adverse partition conditions. In his book, Fight for the Most Talented, he shows that every year a similar number of mathematical champions graduate from schools in Germany and Poland, even though Poland's population is only half of the population of Germany. This means that we have the same talent pool as the Germans. In general, from the perspective of Professor Heinzen's research, Poland has a huge potential, both in human capital and in creating financial capital, not to mention a rich cultural capital. Professor Heinzen emphasizes that Poland has an original cultural identity and an original political legacy, which should be a source of inspiration and strength for us, as well as a sense of responsibility for the region of Central and Eastern Europe. It seems that the tradition of the First Commonwealth offers an adequate framework to define Professor Heinzen's role for Poland. He was born in Gdynia to an occupant family, but was brought up by a Polish woman from the Kashubia region who remained very important to him throughout his life and treated him like a son. He started a family in Poland. He lives and works in Gdańsk and is part of the tradition of those Gdańsk residents who, because of the spirit of freedom, defended to the end Gdańsk belonging to the crown, defining themselves as gens Germanicus natione Polonus. Thank you very much.
Most of you were born in Poland and live in Poland. but you have a difficult life. You are in internal quarrels, you are in Europe-wide quarrels, and you are even in controversy that stretch all the way from Washington to Jerusalem. I feel strongly for you. I was also born in Poland, and I also live in Poland, but I have a very easy life. And it comes with many privileges. Of course, as a visitor, as a guest, I have to behave myself. But I also see that the Poles that are grandiose hosts are very nice to me. And once in a while, in my preferred Gdansk coffee house, I can observe that the portions of bita śmietana for my szarlotka are bigger than for the true Poles. But I don't want to tell you this around, because later I will hear, first you steal our whipped cream in Gdansk, and then they give you a medal in Warsaw for that? That's not fair. The reason that I was born in Poland, of course, it was mentioned, had a lot to do with my father. He belonged to the men who started the war. So he came not as a guest, but on a battleship. The battleship was called Schlesien, and it shelled the Polish Navy port of Hell with 28-centimeter guns. After 2 weeks, this battle was over. And after 45 months, my father died not on the battleship, but on a submarine, as a submarine commander off the coast of Canada, close to Newfoundland. And I wanted to understand why he changed from a relatively secure battleship to a submarine. To do this, I bought from the British Admiralty the German protocol of the negotiations between Poland's Navy Chief Admiral Unruh and the regional German Navy Chief Admiral Schmund. And I found nothing disturbing in that protocol. The Polish officers were discharged with full honors. They could keep their small arms. And the German side only placed one condition, that the Poles surrender a new type of middle-range gun. I think it were 15-centimeter guns, that they surrender them undamaged because the Germans wanted to take them over. The next morning, the Germans moved in, the Poles moved out, and immediately the Germans found out that the guns were destroyed. And they reproached Admiral Unruh, and he asked, he was embarrassed, and he said, "I'm mortified. The last thing, last night, I went around with my men, and I said, this cannon and this cannon and this cannon must not be destroyed, because I promised them unharmed to the Germans." Of course, the Germans understood that they had been tricked, but the atmosphere remained very friendly, and no harm was done to the Poles, and they left the scene unimpeded. I still did not understand why my father, who in a way had taken part in a victory, in an honorable victory, so it looked, why he would leave the battleship. From another source, much later, I figured out. After the victory, there was a celebration party on the battleship. And not only Navy officers, but also officers of Wehrmacht and Luftwaffe were invited. But not only them, but also officers of the SS. And my father overheard a conversation between two SS officers. And one said to the other one, "My soldiers, my men, shot that Polish medical doctor, but they rejected to shoot his wife and his children, including a baby. So I gave them very strict orders, and then they shot the doctor's wife, but they refused to shoot the children. So I shot the children myself. What did my father hear? What did he understand? He understood what Germany does not understand to this minute that we are talking. He understood that this military victory was sullied, was besmirched for the rest of history. He understood that he was part, inseparable part of a crime against humanity. That's what you called it at those times. The term genocide was published by Rafał Lemkin only in 1944. So he understood that his nation, for which he was ready to conquer Poland, for which he was ready to help to bring about a huge German empire, that this nation was starting the largest genocide in the history of mankind. It was a secret operation. Even the Wehrmacht chief in Poznan, General Blaskowitz, had not heard about it, and he was going to throw the SS men into jail of the Wehrmacht, and he reported this to Berlin, and Berlin sent Himmler to him to Poznan and said, it's the order of Hitler. So now he knew the secret, and now he wanted to get far away off the scene, and he trained early in 1940 to the submarines and died in the Atlantic 6 months before I was born. This other source from which I learned this was my aunt, my father's sister Ruth. He had confidence into her, obviously, because he was leaking a secret operation. Even the SS officers on the Schlesien were leaking a secret operation, Intelligenzaktion. But now he knew, and he would never forget again. And I know, again, from Irena Czytarska, my nanny, that he was ready to die. They were not stupid. They did not understand why they were going to die. They did not know the Polish mathematicians that had decoded Enigma so that the British could follow any submarine anywhere. But he knew that out of his comrades, out of 10, 9 did not come back. So when he left Gdynia for the last time, he did not tell his wife, my soon-to-be mother, but he told Irena, look after my wife and the children. I will not come back. 20 years ago, I had the plan to write a Polenrede, a Poland speech, for the most talented federal minister of the time. I had already written for him a Holocaust speech, and of course, the Poland speech would include many of the same subjects. After his party was voted out of office, this Poland speech never materialized. But I remember the first line that I wrote, a very simple line. Every type of hatred of Jews is deplorable and must be fought, but not every anti-Semite prepared a Holocaust. You may think that's a small difference to killing Jews and just being anti-Semitic. But once you have the choice to decide if you will be killed on the spot if you will be murdered outright, or to be just slandered or even robbed, you know the difference between those who are merely anti-Semites, in quotation marks, or people who run a gas chamber. The problem is, why is Poland selected so frequently as kind of an ally of the German killing machine? And I think the answer is quite simple. The common people have a formula that says anti-Semitism equals Holocaust. So then you look around where there's anti-Semitism everywhere, in Canada and United States, of course. And they say, okay, there's anti-Semitism, but here we have anti-Semitism plus extermination camps. Okay, so you have your formula where there was anti-Semitism and extermination camps. There must have been an active part in this enormous murder by the locals. This formula is wrong. And the problem with the formula is that the Holocaust is not understood. I give you just a quote of the most experienced and most intelligent Israeli Holocaust researcher, Yehuda Bauer. He said, even if it is possible to explain Hitler, it does not mean that he is already explained. So I was not content with this conviction that we cannot explain Hitler. And I said, the answer is simple to what he wanted to do, because the answer was written by himself and by his killers. You may know that, remember that the chain of killings started with so-called full-blooded Aryans. These were handicapped Germans and German soldiers extremely wounded in the attack on Poland. And this was the so-called euthanasia action. And when a clergyman in Stuttgart approached Hitler's commissar for poisoning the handicapped, the commissar answered him, "The fifth commandment, thou shalt not kill, is not at all a commandment by God, but a Jewish invention." This was Eugen Stähle, and he was right. The sanctity of life is indeed a Jewish invention. But we do not have to depend on his commissar for the killings. Hitler had to run away from Germany in 1932, and he found refuge in Gdansk. And there he had discussions with the Nazi leader of Gdansk, Hermann Rauschning. And he said to Rauschning, we Germans, must clean our blood from this curse of Mount Sinai, of so-called morality, which is made an idol to protect the weak from the strong. It is the so-called 10 Commandments that we fight. People who believe that Hitler was looking for an alliance of anti-Semites forget that when only half of the 10 to 11 million Slavs that he killed off the battlefield, if only half of them had anti-Jewish prejudices, he also killed more than 5 million anti-Semites. rights. It did not protect them from his plan. And his plan was to wipe out 100 million Slavs up to the Ural Mountains, from Poland to Russia, to drive them into Siberia to die, to kill them outright, like an Intelligenzaktion, or to enslave them and work them to death as serfs for some 30 million German settlers. I told you this story because we have to change the way Germany and Poland speaks to each other. The Germans will call the operation of 39 Polenfeldzug, Polish campaign. They will also self-critically definitely call it the aggressive war against Poland, the conquest of Poland. But you will never ever hear a German politician or a German intellectual approaching Poles and beginning the story about Polish-German history when we started the largest genocide in the history ever by starting in Poland and then on. You will never hear the beginning of a conversation like that. The moment the Germans can begin a conversation like that, the tone will be changed. And it's not easy for my country to do this. They have to embrace the responsibility for so many genocides already that they are really reluctant to accept another one. But only by doing that will the tone between the two nations ever change. I switch now to the future, and I would ask for my first slide if there's anybody listening and knowing what to do. Next one, please. When I, in a snapshot, have to define what is decisive for a nation, so I only see 5 columns. 3 of them are well known since John Locke's Life, Liberty, and Property. I have them in the middle of this table. But John Locke had no idea that the day will come in Europe that there are not enough babies born. So I added fertility on the right. But even more important today than fertility is brain power. And that's why I added the column of competence. So if I have a short formula, it's competence, life, property, liberty, and fertility. And if you look at Poland in this table, you can see that it has quite prominent positions in the first 2 columns, in competence and in life, which means the protection against terror. I would say Polish brain power and the absence of terror in Poland are one of the 2 most important assets of the nations that have to be employed for the nation's future. In the other 3 fields, Poland is not much different from the rest. And in the right column, fertility, they all have the same problem. They all suffer from the most powerful contraceptive that mankind has ever known. What is the reason for the reduction of the birth rates? We have now 70 nations in the world with a birth rate below 1.8. So they must have something in common. It's not a Polish problem, it's not a Hungarian problem or a French problem, as we heard. The most powerful contraceptive we know of is that human beings have to compete for all their life in the labor market. To obtain a position, they have to defeat their competitors. If they lose a position, they have to learn and compete again with their competitors, and they must win to get a position. So they have to have time to relax, they need time to learn. And in this rhythm of learning, relaxing, and fighting, you are at an advantage if you are not bogged down, as the English say, by a nagging wife and crying children. This is the reason for the reduction of the birth rates, and the reason is not going away. So you understand that the competing nations in the end will be less than today, and the surviving top nations will survive because they win in the mutual cannibalization of talent. I steal your talent, you lose your talent. There's no win-win there. The next slide, please. I show you here the 70 smartest nations of the world. 130 additional nations are not even on the list. They don't make the list. Poland makes number 10 in the world. That's outstanding. And you may ask yourself why Poland is close to Switzerland or to the Netherlands or to Canada, and why Germany is not close to them. What happened to Germany? And if you look at France, what happened to France? We have all reason to believe that in 1950, 1960, the Germans were as smart as the Swiss and as the Poles. Today, they fell to half their level in relative terms. And the problem is not immigration. Switzerland has the highest share of immigration in all of Europe, and it's Europe's smartest nation. So what does Switzerland do that Germany does not do? Switzerland insists on high cognitive ability to become a citizen of this nation. Germany has, like France, like the United States, has a wonderful belief. It's beautiful. And if you don't cry, if you are forced to give up that belief, you are not human. But it's a belief, it's only a dogma. They believe that if you take 100,000 euros and put it on a child in this corner of the world, and you take another 100,000 euros and put it on a child in this side of the world, the result will be the same. But since 1980, we know that poor children from Taiwan and from Japan were much, much better in mathematics than the richest children of the United States of America. How is this possible, that the East Asians are smarter than we are? We don't know, but we know since 41 years, in every test, they're always coming out on top. So they are smarter. You see on the list as well that even the best and the brightest in the West are only second rate. They're only second class compared with East Asia. And if you start international competition from a position of second class, what do you not do? You do not try to become third class like Germany or to become fourth class like the United States. What you try to do is to get closer to the first class. So some nations say, we don't care. Usually they wouldn't even say we don't care, they just don't know. So they say we go from second to third to fourth class, and they will leave the competition. And some nations, basically Australia and Canada, they say, okay, if the East Asians are smarter than we are, let's import them. So they have, relatively spoken, in Australia and Canada, they have 22 times more Chinese than the Germans have, and the Poles too. Next slide, please. If you want to understand the future of the world in a safe way, not to embarrass yourself, you look for a factor that exists already today, that is important, and that exists already 50 years from now. So I want to look in the future up to 2070. And what is this factor? It is the children younger than 15. A child of 15 will be still around after 50 years, and a newborn child too. So I take all the children of the world and make them 1,000 children. And out of the 1,000 children, you can see in the table, Poland has 3. Not 3 out of 100, 3 out of 1,000. And I know very nice young people in Poland, in the Gdansk, that tell me, we want to help the group at the bottom. That's the rest of the world. And this rest of the world was not even on the table I showed you before. The table before had 70 nations. We are looking here at the 130 and more nations that did not even make the first table. So they will never have a chance to compete in high tech. They are not only at the end, they are going to fall behind further. So if you are in the position as Poland with 3 out of 1,000 children in the world, how can you survive in the future? You can only survive if you want to. You can say, like a large majority, or not a large majority, but nearly a majority in Germany, we don't care. We want to help. But we take the people in, and they cannot learn like our own children, so we fall behind Switzerland. We fall behind Poland. Okay. But if you, and the nation has the right to decide that way, but if you don't want to follow the Germans, if you don't want to follow the French, but you want to follow the Canadians or the Australians or the New Zealanders or the Danish, you build a fortress of competence. And the fortress of competence exists already. All East Asian nations are fortresses of competence, and you can see they have 150. Poland has 3, they have 150 of 1,000 children, and the brightest. They have, of 100 bright children in the world, they have 80. So the rest of the world has 20. So if you want to compete with them, you have to make a choice. And you see, the Western fortresses of competence, they have made a choice. And the choice is an interesting one. And I give you, on the next slide, please. I show you what they understand. They say every country has poor people, people in need, people that cannot learn, and they have to be financed. They have to be afforded a dignified life. So, but these nations also understand that their own best have to pay for that. And the aim is never discourage your best. You may envy them, you may even hate them, but if you discourage them and they run away, then you are losing your cognitive edge. You will fall behind. The next decision these nations made, they all speak English. Either they do it from the beginning, or if you are not an English-speaking country, every child learns. And if I'm asked, what is the greatest mistake of the Polish nation? My answer is very simple. They have a very easy way to go. They should offer English courses in kindergarten at the age of 3, because the children will have learned the language in 2 years for little money, and they will have much bigger problems to learn the language much later. What combines all the competence fortresses is anti-racism. That's quite hard. If you knock at the door of Canada or Australia and you come from England and you failed in school, they don't let you in, although you have blue eyes, blonde hair, and are a Christian. And if someone else with a different eye form or different skin color or different hair structure knocks at the door of Australia and Canada, is younger than 44 and can prove how smart he is, he will be let in. It's important to understand that this may not be easy to reject, in a way, your own ethnicity. The next, I learned this well when I lived in Canada, that even in a heavy economic crisis, when your unemployment rises, the principle is every talented person that wants to come in, comes in. Everybody, if he's good, because he will belong or she will belong to the group that leads you out of the crisis with their innovation. And the flip side is, even in your most richest moment, when you want to be generous, and it's good to be generous, be careful to take in people who are nice and friendly, but may never be able to learn what needs to be learned in the future. And then you have them, and they are human beings, and they must be fed and housed and given medical assistance. And this again may discourage the best you have. Next slide, and we come to the end. What I show you here is a simple map. No? No, let's stay with, but Justina talked about this subject, so I cut this very short. It's interesting for one reason. What I show you here is Poland's war index through time. And if you look at the year 950, you can see that the war index of Poland was nearly as high as in Afghanistan. And you see in 2014, when Poland left Afghanistan, Poland's war index, 0.96, was not even 20% of the war index of Afghanistan. What is the war index? It's very simple. I had to develop it for my generals and colonels in the NATO Defense College. You compare men from 55 to 59, they approach retirement. You compare them with young people, young men, 15 to 19, that have to start a fight for a position in life. And 1,000 old men and 1,000 young men, it's a war index 1. Okay? And Afghanistan has 1,000 old men, but 6,000 young men. And that's a difficult situation, because the 1,000 old men at a maximum will liberate 1,000 positions. And the 6,000 young men have to fight for a position. And sooner or later, they find out there's 6 of us for 1 position. And then it's getting dangerous. I'm not going into details here. But I always point out, when I try to understand the post-war history of Poland and the readiness with which Poland was avant-garde in fighting for freedom, it also helped that you had the young men ready to take the risk, because your war index was not low. The next slide, very brief. You remember the fortresses of competence. They have open borders for talent of every race and every religion, but they must close the borders for those who will be ready to move in, but who cannot compete, who cannot be absorbed in the labor market. I just show you the figures of the main areas. And just the moment we are talking, we are looking at 950 million people that want to come to Western Europe and to North America. And so you have a strong sense we have to take them in. But you remember, you are 3 and they are 800. In the global ratio, and it's not easy to do. I'll tell you a story from my offices. I don't go into the details, but I had 6 Navy commanders from Spain, from France, from Italy, from Croatia, from Turkey. And I told them that in 2013, Australia has closed its 25,000 kilometer border. 1 3-star general and 3 frigates did this and not a single person died in the ocean because the people were smart and said, I don't give the people smugglers, I don't give them my money if they know that Australia would never let them in. 25,000 kilometers. So I asked these officers, they can do it, 25,000 kilometers, the Mediterranean has 3,000. You cannot do this with 6 or 7 fleets? They nearly killed me. They were angry at me. They told me, if the order comes tomorrow morning, the Mediterranean is closed. But the order never came. And it may come the day that this order has to come. Okay, the last slide comes now, and we may change to a little conversation. You see in yellow the East Asian fortresses of competence that have 80% of the smartest people in the world. You see the Western fortresses of competence. Of course, the largest, Canada, Denmark, with Greenland and Australia. And then you see possible candidates. And of course, Poland is one of these candidates. And I met a little additional story. I had a debate in the course for generals and admirals, where also ambassadors were allowed to take part. And the first time I had a student from Ukraine, a general from Ukraine as a partner nation. And so it's a Chatham House meeting, and you can discuss everything. And I said, maybe when Brussels falls, because Germany cannot pay any longer, and this will not happen because Germany does not want to pay any longer. This will happen when Germany cannot pay any longer, when German government bonds, German state debt is rated down and can no longer be used to finance anything. That's an economic moment. The Germans say, yes, we want to give you money, and the rating agency says, wonderful, but it's worthless now, what you want to give us. So then everybody has to find a new place. And I said, why not go back to the Rzeczpospolita? Of course, not with Warsaw as a capital, maybe. I proposed Grodno, I think, but maybe another one. And I remember with surprise how the general of Ukraine, I mentioned, of course, only Western Ukraine, how the general of Ukraine, who said with a smile, that's a wonderful idea. But I also remember that the woman, the ambassador of Lithuania to France, said, never. But times may change, and this is what we should look at. I thank you for your patience, and I will go back to the...
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja myślę, że
Thank you very much. I think that after such an excellent lecture and the laudation speech of Madam Doctor, who was so profusive in describing the intellectual output of our laureate, we won't stay much longer, because this lecture that was presented to us indicated the message that reverberated across our panels yesterday: sanctity of life and civilizational foundations. And today it is indeed the case that if you research into the crimes of World War II and Holocaust, people tend to take a simplified view. What were the original reasons people try to bend to interpretations that are dictated by today's approach to European values. I remember a discussion at the University of Bremen from years ago. I know very well Professor. We were colleagues at the same university. And coming back to the future, one thing seems apparent to me, and maybe there will be questions from the floor. How do you see the situation at present? We have Prime Minister with us. What are the Polish strengths, relative Polish strength, and what should we do in order to keep up with our advantages, with our edges, or to enhance those advantages? Briefly, in a nutshell, in 3 sentences, if Prime Minister sought your advice, you as a friend of Poland and a citizen of the Republic of Poland, even if ethnically coming from another country, Gente Germanicus, what would you say to Prime Minister? Which would conclude our debate.
I would say, Prime Minister, Mr. Prime Minister, what made you harvest a lot of hatred in the West was still the correct policy. When did you harvest hatred in the West of the continent? This was in 2015, when our Chancellor, Angela Merkel, wanted to distribute people she took into Germany all over Europe. I remember well this situation because I gave a lecture, one of my lectures in Rome, and a pilot of the Royal Air Force, he saw me and he started yelling at me. Later, he apologized after he heard my lecture, but he really started yelling at me, and he said, this has to stop, that you take in whoever you want, and then you believe you can distribute them to anybody who you want. This will not work. We will be out of this union, European Union. And to make the point clearer, the fight was based on solidarity. It's a wonderful word, it's an important word. And suddenly Poland stood there as the nation lacking solidarity. How could this happen? When Poland's solidarity needed solidarity, they didn't get much out of Germany, on the contrary. And so to explain the German position, you have to imagine that in 2015, not 1.5 million people from Africa and the Near East entered Germany, but 1.5 million Albert Einsteins. Would have Germany asked Warsaw, please, we cannot take this anymore. Can you please take 250,000 Albert Einsteins from us so to alleviate our burden? So the appealing to your sense of solidarity had a very special context. And when Germany takes Polish talented young people from Poland, and I think they took nearly 1 million, they never tell the young Poles, please go back to Poland and help to develop the Polish nation. That would be solidarity. So I don't blame my country. I understand the way they behave, and you see that in a way every nation, because every nation doesn't have enough children, every nation has to steal talent from the neighbor. So I don't blame Germany. I just want you to understand what they're doing.
So, in summary, this is like a vision of a Commonwealth, open Commonwealth, but open to the talents of the world and conscious of its own uniqueness. And then such a Commonwealth could be the competence fortress, to adopt your own definition. All I can say is that by organizing this Congress for 11 or 12 years running, we want to make Poland such a Commonwealth, the country that is proud of its heritage, open, but standing for her borders and her civilization, and being the hub of competence, the competence fortress. And we are very happy that people like yourself find home in this country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the attendance of the ceremony of presentation of Courage and Veracity medal to Professor Gunnar Heinzson. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much. This brings to the end the 11th edition of the Congress Poland a Grand Project in its second part. We were not here if it wasn't for our strategic partners, the chief partners. I will enumerate them in a moment as you leave this room. Thank you very much for your attendance, physical and online. A very warm thanks to our unique special guests. Our partners, PKO BP, Foundation of PKO PZU and its foundation, KGHM, Polish Copper, Totalizator Sportowy, Orlen Foundation, PKO SA, Agency for Development of Enterprise and their foundation, Lotos National Institute of Freedom, the Center for Development of Civil Society, Foundation of Bank Gospodarstwa Krajowego, Stock Exchange in Warsaw, Polish Oil and Gas Mining, Polish Post and the Regent Hotel, and the Royal Castle of Warsaw. Also, warm thanks to our media partners. Have a very nice evening and see you on the next occasion.